Preface and Chapter 1 of The Colored Cadet at West Point. Autobiography of Lieutenant Henry Ossian Flipper, U.S.A., first graduate of color from the U.S. Military Academy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Colored Cadet at West Point. Autobiography of Lieutenant Henry Ossian Flipper, U.S.A., first graduate of color from the U.S. Military Academy. Preface. The following pages were written by request. They claim to give an accurate and impartial narrative of my 4 years' life while a cadet at West Point, as well as a general idea of the institution there. They are almost an exact transcription of notes taken at various times during those 4 years. Any inconsistencies, real or apparent, in my opinions or in the impressions made upon me, are due to the fact that they were made at different times, at a place where the feelings of all were constantly undergoing material change. They do not pretend to merit. Neither are they written for the purpose of criticizing the Military Academy or those in any way connected with it. My notes have been seen and read. If I please those who requested me to publish them, I shall be content, as I have no other object in putting them before the public. H.O.F. Fort Sill, Indian Territory, 1878. Chapter 1 Retrospect. Henry Ossian Flipper, the eldest of 5 brothers, and the subject of this narrative, was born in Thomasville, Thomas County, Georgia, on the 21st day of March, 1856. He and his mother were the property of Rev. Reuben H. Lucky, a Methodist minister of that place. His father, Festus Flipper, by trade a shoemaker and carriage trimmer, was owned by Ephraim G. Ponder, a successful and influential slave dealer. In 1859, Mr. Ponder, having retired from business, returned to Georgia from Virginia with a number of mechanics, all slaves, and among whom was the father of young Flipper. He established a number of manufactories in Atlanta, then a growing inland town of Georgia. He married about this time a beautiful, accomplished, and wealthy lady. Flipper, as he was generally called, had married before this, and had been taken back alone to his native Virginia to serve an apprenticeship under a carriage trimmer. This served, Mr. Ponder joined his wife in Thomasville, bringing with him, as stated, a number of mechanics. All were soon ready for transportation to Atlanta except Flipper. As he and his wife were each the property of different persons, there was, under the circumstances, every probability of a separation. This, of course, would be to them most displeasing. Accordingly, an application was made to Mr. Ponder to purchase the wife and son. This he was, he said, unable to do. He had, at an enormous expense, procured and fitted up a home, and his coffers were nearly, if not quite, empty. Husband and wife then appealed to Mr. Lucky. He, too, was averse to parting them, but could not, at the great price asked for him, purchase the husband. He was willing, however, to sell the wife. An agreement was finally made by which the husband paid from his own pocket the purchase money of his own wife and child, this sum to be returned to him by Mr. Ponder whenever convenient. The joy of the wife can be conceived. It cannot be expressed. In due time all arrived at Atlanta, where Mr. Ponder had purchased about 25 acres of land, and had erected thereon, at great expense, a superb mansion for his own family, a number of substantial frame dwellings for his slaves, and 3 large buildings for manufacturing purposes. Of 65 slaves, nearly all of the men were mechanics. All of them, except the necessary household servants, a gardener, and a coachman, were permitted to hire their own time. Mr. Ponder would have absolutely nothing to do with their business, other than to protect them. So that if any one wanted any article, of their manufacture, they contracted with the workman and paid him his own price. These bond people were therefore virtually free. They acquired and accumulated wealth, lived happily, and needed but two other things to make them like other human beings, viz., absolute freedom and education. But God moves in a mysterious way, his wonders to perform. And through that very mysteriousness, this people was destined to attain to the higher enjoyment of life. The country, trembling under the agitation of the slave question, was steadily seeking a condition of equilibrium which could be stable only in the complete downfall of slavery. Unknown to them, yet existing, the great question of the day was gradually being solved, and in its solution was working out the salvation of an enslaved people. Well did that noblest of women, Mrs. Julia Ward Howe, sing a few years after: "Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is tramping out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. He hath loosed the fateful lightning of his terrible swift sword. This truth is marching on. I have seen him in the watchfires of 100 circling camps. They have builded him an altar in the evening dews and damps. I can read his righteous sentence by the dim and flaring lamps. His day is marching on. I have read a fiery gospel, writ in burnished rows of steel. As ye deal with my contemners, so with you my grace shall deal. Let the hero, born of woman, crush the serpent with his heel, since God is marching on. He hath sounded forth the trumpet that shall never call retreat. He is sifting out the hearts of men before his judgment seat. Oh, be swift, my soul, to answer him, be jubilant, my feet, our God is marching on. In the beauty of the lilies, Christ was born across the sea, with a glory in his bosom that transfigures you and me. As he died to make men holy, let us die to make men free, while God is marching on. Another influence was as steadily tending to the same end. Its object was to educate, to elevate intellectually, and then to let the power thus acquired act. The mistress of this fortunate household, far from discharging the duties and functions of her station, left them unnoticed, and devoted her whole attention to illegitimate pleasures. The outraged husband appointed a guardian, and returned broken hearted to the bosom of his own family, and devoted himself till death to agricultural pursuits. The nature of the marriage contract prevented the selling of any of the property without the mutual consent of husband and wife. No such consent was ever asked for by either. No one was, therefore, in that state of affairs, afraid of being sold away from his or her relatives, although their mistress frequently threatened so to sell them. "I'll send you to Red River," was a common menace of hers, but perfectly harmless, for all knew, as well as she did, that it was impossible to carry it into execution. In this condition of affairs, the servants were even more contented than ever. They hired their time, as usual, and paid their wages to their mistress, whose only thought or care was to remember when it became due, and then to receive it. The guardian, an influential stockholder in several railroads, and who resided in another city, made periodical visits to inspect and do whatever was necessary to a proper discharge of his duties. Circumstances being highly favorable, one of the mechanics, who had acquired the rudiments of an education, applied to this dissolute mistress for permission to teach the children of her servants. She readily consented, and, accordingly, a night school was opened in the very woodshop in which he worked by day. Here young Flipper was initiated into the first of the 3 mysterious R's, viz., reading, writing, and arithmetic. Here, in 1864, at 8 years of age, his education began, and the first book he ever studied, I dare say ever saw, was a Confederate reprint of Webster's Blueback Speller. His then tutor has since graduated at Westminster College in Pennsylvania, and is, at the time of this writing, United States Consul at Malaga, Spain, having served in the same capacity for 4 years at Port Mahon, Spain. But alas, even this happy arrangement was destined to be disturbed. This dissolute mistress and her slaves, with all valuable movable property, were compelled to flee before Sherman's victorious arms. Macon, a city just 103 miles southeast of Atlanta, became the new home of the Flippers. A spacious dwelling was secured in West Macon. In a part of this was stored away Mrs. Ponder's plate and furniture, under the guardianship of Flipper, who, with his family, occupied the rest of the house. Here all was safe. The terrible fate of Atlanta was not extended to Macon. The only cause of alarm was Wilson, who approached the city from the east, and, having thrown in a few shells, withdrew without doing further damage or being molested. Everybody was frightened, and it was deemed advisable to transfer Mrs. Ponder's effects to Fort Valley, a small place farther south. However, before this could be done, it became indisputably known that Wilson had withdrawn. After an uneventful stay, other than this incident just related, of 9 months in Macon, the office of custodian was resigned, and although yet a slave, as far as he knew, and without permission from anyone, Flipper returned to Atlanta with his wife and 2 sons, Henry the elder and Joseph the younger. This was in the spring of 1865. Atlanta was in ruins, and it appeared a dreary place indeed to start anew on the unfinished journey of life. Everything was not destroyed, however. A few houses remained. One of these was occupied. The people were rapidly returning, and the railroads from Atlanta were rapidly being rebuilt. During all this time, the education of the young Flippers had been necessarily neglected. In the early spring of 1865, the family of an ex-rebel captain became neighbors of the Flippers, now well to do, and were soon on the most friendly terms with them. With remarkable condescension, the wife of this ex-rebel offered to instruct Henry and Joseph for a small remuneration. The offer was readily and gladly accepted, and the education of the two, so long neglected, was taken up again. This private school of only 2 pupils existed but a short time. The American Missionary Association having opened better schools, the Flippers were, in March, 1866, transferred to them. They attended school there till 1867. The famous Storrs School was opened under the control of the American Missionary Association, when they went there. In 1869, the Atlanta University having been opened under the same auspices, they entered there. At the time of receiving his appointment, Henry was a member of the freshman class of the collegiate department. His class graduated there in June, 1876, just 1 year before he did at West Point. The following article from a Thomasville paper, published in June, 1874, will give further information concerning his early life. It is not generally known that Atlanta has a negro cadet at the United States National Military Academy at West Point. This cadet is a mulatto boy named Flipper. He is about 20 years old, a stoutish fellow, weighing perhaps 150 pounds, and a smart, bright, intelligent boy. His father is a shoemaker, and gave him the euphonious name of Henry Ossian Flipper. Flipper has been at the great soldier factory of the nation for a year. He was recommended there by our late Congressman from the 5th District, the Hon. J. C. Freeman. Flipper has made a right booming student. In a class of '99 he stood about the middle, and triumphantly passed his examination, and has risen from the 4th to the 3rd class without difficulty. The only 2 colored boys at the academy were the famous Smith and the Atlanta Flipper. It is thought that Smith at the last examination failed. If so, Atlanta will have the distinguished honor of having the sole African representative at West Point. Flipper has had the privilege of eating at the same table with the poor white trash, but Smith and Flipper bunk together in the same room alone, without white companions. It is an astonishing fact that, socially, the boys from the Northern and Western States will have nothing to do with these colored brothers. Flipper and Smith were socially ostracized. Not even the Massachusetts boys will associate with them. Smith has been a little rebellious, and attempted to thrust himself on the white boys, but the sensible Flipper accepted the situation, and proudly refused to intrude himself on the white boys. The feeling of ostracism is so strong that a white boy who dared to recognize a colored cadet would be himself ostracized by the other white cubs, even of radical extraction. We copy the above from the Atlanta Herald of last week, for the purpose of remarking that among colored men we know of none more honorable or more deserving than Flipper, the father of the colored West Point student of that name. Flipper lived for many years in Thomasville as the servant of Mr. E. G. Ponder, was the best bootmaker we ever knew, and his character and deportment were ever those of a sensible, unassuming, gentlemanly white man. Flipper possessed the confidence and respect of his master and all who knew him. His wife, the mother of young Flipper, was Isabella, a servant in the family of Rev. R. H. Lucky, of Thomasville, and bore a character equal to that of her husband. Young Flipper was baptized in his infancy by the venerable Bishop Early. From these antecedents we should as soon expect young Flipper to make his mark as any other colored youth in the country. From the Louisville Ledger. It is just possible that some of our readers may not know who Flipper is. For their benefit we make haste to explain that Flipper is the solitary colored cadet now at West Point. He is in the 3rd class, and stands 46 in the class, which numbers 85 members. This is a very fair standing, and Flipper's friends declare that he is getting along finely in his studies, and that he is quite up to the standard of the average West Point student. Nevertheless, they intimate that he will never graduate. Flipper, they say, may get as far as the 1st class, but there he will be slaughtered. A correspondent of the New York Times takes issue with this opinion. He says there are many old heads who believe Flipper will graduate with honor, and he thinks so, too. The grounds for his belief, as he gives them, are that the officers are gentlemen, and so are the professors, that they believe merit should be rewarded wherever found, and that they all speak well of Flipper, who is a hard student, as his position in his class proves. From this correspondent we learn that Flipper is from Georgia, that he has a light, coffee-colored complexion, and that he minds his business and does not intrude his company upon the other cadets, though why this should be put down in the list of his merits it is not easy to understand, since if he graduates, as this writer believes he will have the right to associate on terms of perfect equality with the other cadets, and may in time come to command some of them. We are afraid there is some little muddle of inconsistency in the brain of the Times correspondent. The Chicago Tribune seems to find it difficult to come to any conclusion concerning Flipper's chances for graduating. It says, "It is freely asserted that Flipper will never be allowed to graduate, that the prejudice of the regular army instructors against the colored race is insurmountable, and that they will drive away from the academy by persecution of some petty sort any colored boy who may obtain admittance there." The story does not seem to have any substantial basis. Still, it possesses considerable vitality. We don't profess to understand exactly what sort of a story that is which has considerable vitality without any substantial basis, and can only conclude that the darkness of the subject has engendered a little confusion in the mind of the Tribune as well as in that of the writer of the Times. But the Tribune acquires more confidence as it warms in the discussion, and it assures us finally that there is, of course, no doubt that some colored boys are capable of receiving a military education, and eventually the presence of colored officers in the regular army must be an accepted fact. Well, we don't know about that accepted fact. The white man is mighty uncertain, and the nigger won't do to trust to, in view of which truths it would be unwise to bet too high on the colored officers, for some years to come at least. But let not Flipper wring his flippers in despair, notwithstanding. Let him think of Smith, and take heart of hope. Smith was another colored cadet who was sent to West Point from South Carolina. Smith mastered readin', writin', and 'rithmetic, but chemistry mastered Smith. They gave him 3 trials, but it was to no purpose. So they had to change his base and send him back to South Carolina. But what of that? They've just made him inspector of militia in South Carolina with the rank of brigadier general. How long might he have remained in the army before he would have become General Smith? Why, even Fred Grant's only a lieutenant colonel. Smith evidently has reason to congratulate himself upon being plucked, and so the young gentleman from Georgia, with the light coffee-colored complexion, if he meets with a similar misfortune, may console himself with the hope that to him also in his extremity will be extended from some source a helping flipper. Footnote: Cadet Smith failed in natural and experimental philosophy. In chemistry he was up to the average. He was never appointed Inspector General of South Carolina. He was Commandant of Cadets in the South Carolina Agricultural Institute at Orangeburg, South Carolina, which position he held till his death, November 29th, 1876. End footnote. End of preface and Chapter 1. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 2 of The Colored Cadet at West Point. Autobiography of Lieutenant Henry Ossian Flipper, U.S.A., first graduate of color from the U.S. Military Academy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Colored Cadet at West Point. Autobiography of Lieutenant Henry Ossian Flipper, U.S.A., first graduate of color from the U.S. Military Academy. Chapter 2. Communications, etc. Having given in the previous chapter a brief account of myself, dropping now, by permission, the third person, prior to my appointment, I shall here give in full what led me to seek that appointment, and how I obtained it. It was while sitting in his father's quiet shoe shop on Decatur Street, as a local paper had it, that I overheard a conversation concerning the then cadet from my own district. In the course of the conversation I learned that this cadet was to graduate the following June, and that, therefore, a vacancy would occur. This was in the autumn of 1872, and before the election. It occurred to me that I might fill that vacancy, and I accordingly determined to make an endeavor to do so, provided the Republican nominee for Congress should be elected. He was elected. I applied for and obtained the appointment. In 1865 or 1866, I do not now remember which, perhaps it was even later than either, it was suggested to my father to send me to West Point. He was unwilling to do so, and, not knowing very much about the place, was reluctant to make any inquiries. I was then, of course, too young for admission, being only 10 or 12 years old, and knowing nothing of the place myself, I did not care to venture the attempt to become a cadet. At the time I obtained the appointment, I had quite forgotten this early recommendation of my father's friend. Indeed, I did not recall it until I began compiling my manuscript. The suggestion given me by the conversation above mentioned was at once acted upon, and decision made in a very short time. And so fully was I determined, so absolutely was my mind set on West Point, that I persisted in my desire even to getting the appointment, staying at the Academy 4 years, and finally graduating. The following communications will explain how I got the appointment. Footnote: It has been impossible for the author to obtain copies of his own letters to the honorable Congressman who appointed him, which is to be regretted. The replies are inserted in such order that they will readily suggest the tenor of the first communications. Reply number 1. Griffin, January 23, 1873. Mr. H. O. Flipper. Dear Sir: Your letter of the 21st, asking me, as member elect to Congress from this State, to appoint you cadet to West Point, was received this morning. You are a stranger to me, and before I can comply with your request, you must get your teacher, Mr. James L. Dunning, P.M., Colonel H. P. Fanor, and other Republicans to endorse for you. Give me assurance you are worthy and well qualified, and I will recommend you. Yours respectfully, J. C. Freeman. Reply number 2. Griffin, March 22, 1873. Mr. H. O. Flipper. Dear Sir: On my arrival from Washington, I found your letter of the 19th. I have received an invitation from the War Department to appoint or nominate a legally qualified cadet to the United States Military Academy from my district. As you were the first applicant, I am disposed to give you the first chance, but the requirements are rigid and strict, and I think you had best come down and see them. If, after reading them, you think you can undergo the examination without doubt, I will nominate you, but I do not want my nominee to fail to get in. Yours very respectfully, J. C. Freeman. Reply number 3. Griffin, Georgia, March 26, 1873. Mr. H. O. Flipper. Dear Sir: Your letter of the 24th to hand, and contents noted. While your education may be sufficient, it requires many other qualifications, such as age, height, form, etc., soundness of lungs, limbs, etc. I will send you up the requirements if you desire them, and call upon 3 competent gentlemen to examine you, if you desire it. Let me hear from you again on the subject. Yours respectfully, J. C. Freeman. Reply number 4. Griffin, March 28, 1873. Mr. H. O. Flipper. Dear Sir: Yours of 26th at hand. I have concluded to send the paper sent me to J. A. Holtzclaw, of Atlanta, present Collector of Internal Revenue. You can call on him and examine for yourself. If you then think you can pass, I will designate 3 men to examine you, and if they pronounce you up to the requirements, I will appoint you. Yours truly, J. C. Freeman. Reply number 5. Griffin, April 5, 1873. Mr. H. O. Flipper. Dear Sir: The Board of Examiners pronounce you qualified to enter the Military Academy at West Point. You will oblige me by sending me your given name in full, also your age to a month, and the length of time you have lived in the 5th District, or in or near Atlanta. I will appoint you and send on the papers to the Secretary of War, who will notify you of the same. From this letter to me you will have to be at West Point by the 25th day of May, 1873. Yours respectfully, J. C. Freeman. P.S. You can send letter to me without a stamp. Reply number 6. Griffin, April 17, 1873. Mr. Henry O. Flipper. Dear Sir: I this day enclose you papers from the War Department. You can carefully read and then make up your mind whether you accept the position assigned you. If you should sign up, direct and forward to proper authorities, Washington, D.C. If you do not accept, return the paper to my address, Griffin, Georgia. I am yours respectfully, J. C. Freeman. The papers, 3 in number, referred to in the above letter are the following: War Department, Washington, April 11, 1873. Sir: You are hereby informed that the President has conditionally selected you for appointment as a cadet of the United States Military Academy at West Point. Should you desire the appointment, you will report in person to the Superintendent of the Academy between the 20th and 25th days of May, 1873, when, if found on due examination to possess the qualifications required by law and set forth in the circular hereunto appended, you will be admitted, with pay, from July 1st, 1873, to serve until the following January, at which time you will be examined before the Academic Board of the Academy. Should the result of this examination be favorable, and the reports of your personal, military, and moral deportment be satisfactory, your warrant of appointment, to be dated July 1st, 1873, will be delivered to you. But should the result of your examination or your conduct reports be unfavorable, you will be discharged from the military service, unless otherwise recommended, for special reasons, by the Academic Board, but will receive an allowance for traveling expenses to your home. Your attention is particularly directed to the accompanying circular, and it is to be distinctly understood that this notification confers upon you no right to enter the Military Academy unless your qualifications agree fully with its requirements, and unless you report for examination within the time specified. You are requested to immediately inform the Department of your acceptance or declination of the contemplated appointment upon the conditions annexed. George M. Robeson, Acting Secretary of War. Henry O. Flipper, Atlanta, Georgia, through Hon. J. C. Freeman, M.C. Circular. Roman numeral I. Candidates must be actual bona fide residents of the Congressional District or Territory for which their appointments are made, and must be over 17 and under 22 years of age at the time of entrance into the Military Academy. But any person who has served honorably and faithfully not less than 1 year as an officer or enlisted man in the Army of the United States, either as a volunteer or in the regular service, during the war for the suppression of the rebellion, shall be eligible for appointment up to the age of 24 years. They must be at least 5 feet in height and free from any infectious or immoral disorder, and generally from any deformity, disease, or infirmity which may render them unfit for arduous military service. They must be proficient in reading and writing, in the elements of English grammar, in descriptive geography, particularly of our own country, and in the history of the United States. In arithmetic, the various operations in addition, subtraction, multiplication and division, reduction, simple and compound proportion, and vulgar and decimal fractions must be thoroughly understood and readily performed. The following are the leading physical disqualifications: 1. Feeble constitution and muscular tenuity, unsound health from whatever cause, indications of former disease, glandular swellings, or other symptoms of scrofula. 2. Chronic cutaneous affections, especially of the scalp. 3. Severe injuries of the bones of the head, convulsions. 4. Impaired vision, from whatever cause, inflammatory affections of the eyelids, immobility or irregularity of the iris, fistula, lachrymalis, etc., etc. 5. Deafness, copious discharge from the ears. 6. Loss of many teeth or the teeth generally unsound. 7. Impediment of speech. 8. Want of due capacity of the chest and any other indication of a liability to a pulmonic disease. 9. Impaired or inadequate efficiency of one or both of the superior extremities on account of fractures, especially of the clavicle, contraction of a joint, extenuation, deformity, etc., etc. 10. An unusual excurvature or incurvature of the spine. 11. Hernia. 12. A varicose state of the veins of the scrotum or spermatic cord, when large. Sarcocele, hydrocele, hemorrhoids, fistulas. 13. Impaired or inadequate efficiency of one or of both of the inferior extremities on account of varicose veins, fractures, malformation (flat feet, etc.), lameness, contraction, unequal length, bunions, overlying or supernumerary toes, etc., etc. 14. Ulcers or unsound cicatrixes of ulcers likely to break out afresh. Every person appointed, upon arrival at West Point, is submitted to a rigid medical examination, and if any causes of disqualification are found to exist in him to such a degree as may now or hereafter impair his efficiency, he is rejected. No person who has served in any capacity in the military or naval service of the so-called Confederate States during the late rebellion can receive an appointment as cadet at the Military Academy. Roman numeral II. The pay of a cadet is $500 per annum, with one ration per day, to commence with his admission into the Military Academy, and is sufficient, with proper economy, for his support. Roman numeral III. Each cadet must keep himself supplied with the following mentioned articles, viz: 1 gray cloth coatee, 1 gray cloth riding jacket, 1 regulation great coat, 2 pairs of gray cloth pantaloons for winter, 6 pairs of drilling pantaloons for summer, 1 fatigue jacket for the encampment, 1 black dress cap, 1 forage cap, 1 black stock, 2 pairs of ankle boots, 6 pairs of white gloves, 2 sets of white belts, 7 shirts and 12 collars, 6 pairs winter socks, 6 pairs summer socks, 4 pairs summer drawers, 3 pairs winter drawers, 6 pocket handkerchiefs, 6 towels, 1 clothes bag made of ticking, 1 clothes brush, 1 hair brush, 1 toothbrush, 1 comb, 1 mattress, 1 pillow, 2 pillow cases, 2 pairs sheets, 1 pair blankets, 1 quilted bed cover, 1 chair, 1 tumbler, 1 trunk, 1 account book, and will unite with his roommate in purchasing, for their common use, 1 looking glass, 1 wash stand, 1 wash basin, 1 pail, and 1 broom, and shall be required to have 1 table of the pattern that may be prescribed by the superintendent. The articles marked thus *, candidates are required to bring with them. The others are to be had at West Point at regulated prices, and it is better for a candidate to take with him as little clothing of any description as is possible, excepting what is marked, and no more money than will defray his traveling expenses. But for the parent or guardian to send to the treasurer of the Military Academy a sum sufficient for his necessary expenses until he is admitted, and for his clothes, etc., thereafter. The expenses of the candidate for board, washing, lights, etc., prior to admission, will be about $5 per week, and immediately after being admitted to the institution he must be provided with an outfit of uniform, etc., the cost of which will be $88.79. If, upon arrival, he has the necessary sum to his credit on the books of the treasurer, he will start with many advantages, in a pecuniary point of view, over those whose means are more limited, and who must, if they arrive, as many do, totally unprovided in this way, go in debt on the credit of their pay, a burden from which it requires many months to free themselves; while, if any accident compels them to leave the Academy, they must, of necessity, be in a destitute condition. No cadet can receive money, or any other supplies, from his parents, or from any person whomever, without permission from the superintendent. Roman numeral IV. If the candidate be a minor, his acceptance must be accompanied by the written consent of his parent or guardian to his signing articles, binding himself to serve the United States 8 years from the time of his admission into the Military Academy, unless sooner discharged. Roman numeral V. During the months of July and August, the cadets live in camp, engaged only in military duties and exercises, and receiving practical military instruction. The academic duties and exercises commence on the 1st of September, and continue till about the end of June. The newly appointed cadets are examined at the Academy prior to admission, and those not properly qualified are rejected. Examinations of the several classes are held in January and June, and at the former, such of the new cadets as are found proficient in studies and have been correct in conduct are given the particular standing in their class to which their merits entitle them. After either examination, cadets found deficient in conduct or studies are discharged from the Academy unless, for special reasons in each case, the Academic Board should otherwise recommend. These examinations are very thorough and require from the cadet a close and persevering attention to study, without evasion or slighting of any part of the course, as no relaxations of any kind can be made by the examiners. Roman numeral VI. A sound body and constitution, a fixed degree of preparation, good natural capacity, an aptitude for study, industrious habits, perseverance, an obedient and orderly disposition, and a correct moral deportment are such essential qualifications that candidates knowingly deficient in any of these respects should not, as many do, subject themselves and their friends to the chances of future mortification and disappointment by accepting appointments to the Academy and entering upon a career which they cannot successfully pursue. Method of examining candidates for admission into the Military Academy. Candidates must be able to read with facility from any book, giving the proper intonation and pauses, and to write portions that are read aloud for that purpose, spelling the words and punctuating the sentences properly. In arithmetic, they must be able to perform with facility examples under the 4 ground rules, and hence must be familiar with the tables of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, and be able to perform examples in reduction and in vulgar and decimal fractions, such as: add 2/3 to 3/4, subtract 2/5 from 5/6, multiply 3/4 by 7/8, divide 2/5 by 3/8. Add together 234 thousandths (.234), 26 thousandths (.026), and 3 thousandths (.003). Subtract 161 ten-thousandths (.0161) from 25 hundredths (.25). Multiply or divide 26 hundredths (.26) by 16 thousandths (.016). They must also be able to change vulgar fractions into decimal fractions, and decimals into vulgar fractions, with examples like the following: change 15/16 into a decimal fraction of the same value; change 102 thousandths (.102) into a vulgar fraction of the same value. In simple and compound proportion, examples of various kinds will be given, and candidates will be expected to understand the principles of the rules which they follow. In English grammar, candidates will be required to exhibit a familiarity with the 9 parts of speech and the rules in relation thereto; must be able to parse any ordinary sentence given to them, and, generally, must understand those portions of the subject usually taught in the higher academies and schools throughout the country, comprehended under the heads of orthography, etymology, syntax, and prosody. In descriptive geography, they are to name, locate, and describe the natural, grand, and political divisions of the earth, and be able to delineate any one of the States or Territories of the American Union, with its principal cities, rivers, lakes, seaports, and mountains. In history, they must be able to name the periods of the discovery and settlement of the North American continent, of the rise and progress of the United States, and of the successive wars and political administrations through which the country has passed. The course of study and books used at the Military Academy. Books marked thus * are for reference only. First year, 4th class. Department, textbooks. Mathematics Davies-Boudon's algebra, Davies-Legendre's geometry and trigonometry, Church's descriptive geometry. French language, Bolmar's Levisac's grammar and verb book, Agnel's tubular system, Berard's Lecons Français, Spear's and Suren's dictionary. Tactics of artillery and infantry, practical instruction in the schools of the soldier, company, and battalion, practical instruction in artillery. Use of small arms, instruction in fencing and bayonet exercise. Second year, third class. Mathematics, Church's descriptive geometry with its applications to spherical projections, Church's shades, shadows, and perspective. Davies' surveying, Church's analytical geometry, Church's calculus. French language, Bolmar's Levisac's grammar and verb book, Berard's Lecons Français, Chapsal's Lecons et modèles de littérature française, Agnel's tubular system, Rowan's Morceaux choisis des auteurs modernes, Spear's and Suren's dictionary. Spanish, Josie's grammar, Morales's progressive reader, Ollendorff's oral method applied to the Spanish by Velázquez and Simón, Swan's Newman and Baretti's dictionary. Drawing, topography, etc., art of penmanship. Tactics of infantry, artillery, and cavalry. Practical instruction in the schools of the soldier, company, and battalion. Practical instruction in artillery and cavalry. Third year, second class. Natural and experimental philosophy. Bartlett's mechanics, Bartlett's acoustics and optics, Bartlett's astronomy. Chemistry. Phone's chemistry, chemical physics from Miller. Drawing. Landscape, pencil and colors. Tactics of infantry, artillery, and cavalry. Practical instruction in the schools of the soldier, company, and battalion. Practical instruction in artillery and cavalry. Practical military engineering. Meyer's Manual of Signals, practical and theoretical instruction in military signaling and telegraphy. Fourth year, first class. Military and civil engineering and sciences of war. Mahon's field fortification, Mahon's outlines of permanent fortification, Mahon's fortification and stereotomy, Mahon's advanced guard and outpost, etc. Moseley's mechanics of engineering. Mineralogy and geology. Dana's mineralogy, Hitchcock's geology. Ethics and law. French's practical ethics, Halleck's international law, Kent's commentaries, portion on constitutional law, Law and military law by Professor French, Benet's military law and the practice of courts martial. Tactics of artillery, cavalry, and infantry. United States tactics for cavalry, practical instruction in the schools of the soldier, company, and battalion, practical instruction in artillery and cavalry. Ordnance and gunnery. Benton's ordnance and gunnery, practical pyrotechny. Practical military engineering. Practical instruction in fabricating fascines, sap faggots, gabions, hurdles, sap rollers, etc. Manner of laying out and constructing gun and mortar batteries, field fortifications, and works of siege. Formation of stockades, abatis, and other military obstacles, and throwing and dismantling pontoon bridges. Meyer's Manual of Signals, practical instruction in military signaling and telegraphy. The second paper was a printed blank, a letter of acceptance or non-acceptance, to be filled up, as the case may be, signed by myself, countersigned by my father, and returned to Washington, D.C. The third, which follows, is simply a memorandum for use of the candidate. Memorandum. It is suggested to all candidates for admission into the Military Academy that, before leaving their place of residence for West Point, they should cause themselves to be thoroughly examined by a competent physician, and by a teacher or instructor in good standing. By such an examination any serious physical disqualification, or deficiency in mental preparation, would be revealed, and the candidate probably spared the expense and trouble of a useless journey and the mortification of rejection. The circular appended to the letter of appointment should be carefully studied by the candidate and the examiners. It should be understood that the informal examination herein recommended is solely for the convenience and benefit of the candidate himself, and can in no manner affect the decision of the academic and medical examining boards at West Point. Note: There being no provision whatever for the payment of the traveling expenses of either accepted or rejected candidates for admission, no candidate should fail to provide himself in advance with the means of returning to his home, in case of his rejection before either of the examining boards, as he may otherwise be put to considerable trouble, inconvenience, and even suffering on account of his destitute situation. If admitted, the money brought by him to meet such a contingency can be deposited with the treasurer on account of his equipment as a cadet, or returned to his friends. After I had secured the appointment, the editor of one of our local papers, which was at the time publishing, weekly, I think, brief biographies of some of the leading men of the city, together with cuts of the persons themselves, desired to thus bring me into notoriety. I was duly consulted, and objecting, the publication did not occur. My chief reason for objecting was merely this: I feared some evil might befall me while passing through Georgia en route for West Point, if too great a knowledge of me should precede me, such, for instance, as a publication of that kind would give. At this interview several other persons, white of course, were present, and one of them, after relating the trials of Cadet Smith and the circumstances of his dismissal, which apropos had not yet occurred, as he would have me believe, advised me to abandon altogether the idea of going to West Point, for, said he, "them Northern boys won't treat you right." I have a due proportion of stubbornness in me, I believe, as all of the negro race are said to have, and my Southern friend might as well have advised an angel to rebel as to have counseled me to resign and not go. He was convinced, too, before we separated, that no change in my determination was at all likely to occur. Next day, in a short article, the fact of my appointment was mentioned, and my age and degree of education. Some days after this, while in the post office, a gentleman beckoned to me, and we withdrew from the crowd. He mentioned this article, and after relating, indeed repeating to my amusement, the many hardships to which I should be subjected, and after telling me he had a very promising son candid, wasn't he? Whom he desired to have educated at West Point, offered me for my appointment the rather large sum of $5,000. This I refused instantly. I had so set my mind on West Point that, having the appointment, neither threats nor excessive bribes could induce me to relinquish it, even if I had not possessed sufficient strength of character to resist them otherwise. However, as I was a minor, I referred him to my father. I have no information that he ever consulted him. If he had, my reply to him would have been sustained. I afterward had reason to believe the offer was made merely to test me, as I received from strangers expressions of confidence in me and in my doing faithfully all that might devolve upon me from my appointment. End of Chapter 2. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 3. Of the Colored Cadet at West Point. Autobiography of Lieutenant Henry Ossian Flipper, U.S.A., first graduate of color from the U.S. Military Academy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White, The Colored Cadet at West Point, Autobiography of Lieutenant Henry Ossian Flipper, U.S.A., first graduate of color from the U.S. Military Academy. Chapter 3. Reporting. May 20th, 1873. Auspicious day. From the deck of the little ferryboat that steamed its way across from Garrison's on that eventful afternoon, I viewed the hills about West Point, her stone structures perched thereon, thus rising still higher, as if providing access to the very pinnacle of fame, and shuddered. With my mind full of the horrors of the treatment of all former cadets of color, and the dread of inevitable ostracism, I approached tremblingly, yet confidently. The little vessel having been moored, I stepped ashore and inquired of a soldier there where candidates should report. He very kindly gave me all needed information, wished me much success, for which I thanked him, and set out for the designated place. I soon reached it and walked directly into the adjutant's office. He received me kindly, asked for my certificate of appointment, and receiving that, or assurance that I had it, I do not now remember which, directed me to write in a book there for the purpose, the name and occupation of my father, the State, Congressional District, County, and City of his residence, my own full name, age, State, County, and place of my birth, and my occupation when at home. This done, I was sent in charge of an orderly to Cadet Barracks, where my plebe quarters were assigned me. The impression made upon me by what I saw while going from the adjutant's office to barracks was certainly not very encouraging. The rear windows were crowded with cadets watching my unpretending passage of the area of barracks with apparently as much astonishment and interest as they would, perhaps, have watched Hannibal crossing the Alps. Their words, jeers, etc., were most insulting. Having reached another office, I was shown in by the orderly. I walked in, hat in hand, nay, rather started in, when 3 cadets who were seated in the room simultaneously sprang to their feet and welcomed me somewhat after this fashion: "Well, sir, what do you mean by coming into this office in that manner, sir? Get out of here, sir." I walked out, followed by one of them who, in a similar strain, ordered me to button my coat, get my hands around, fins, he said, heels together, and head up. "Now, sir," said he, leaving me, "when you are ready to come in, knock at that door," emphasizing the word knock. The door was open. I knocked. He replied, "Come in." I went in. I took my position in front of and facing him, my heels together, head up, the palms of my hands to the front, and my little fingers on the seams of my pantaloons, in which position we habitually carried them. After correcting my position and making it sufficiently military to suit himself, one of them, in a much milder tone, asked what I desired of them. I told him I had been sent by the adjutant to report there. He arose, and, directing me to follow him, conducted me to the bath rooms. Having discharged the necessary duty there, I returned and was again put in charge of the orderly, who carried me to the hospital. There I was subjected to a rigid physical examination, which I stood with the greatest of ease. I was given a certificate of ability by the surgeon, and by him sent again to the adjutant, who in turn sent me to the treasurer. From him I returned alone to barracks. The reception given to plebes upon reporting is often very much more severe than that given me. Even members of my own class can testify to this. This reception has, however, I think, been best described in an anonymous work, where it is thus set forth: "How dare you come into the presence of your superior officer in that grossly careless and unmilitary manner? I'll have you imprisoned. Stand, attention, sir!" even louder than before. "Heels together and on the same line, toes equally turned out, little fingers on the seams of your pantaloons. Button your coat, draw in your chin, throw out your chest, cast your eyes 15 paces to the front. Don't let me see you wearing standing collars again. Stand steady, sir. You've evidently mistaken your profession, sir. In any other service, or at the seat of war, sir, you would have been shot, sir, without trial, sir, for such conduct, sir." The effect of such words can be easily imagined. A plebe will at once recognize the necessity for absolute obedience, even if he does know all this is hazing, and that it is doubtless forbidden. Still, plebes almost invariably tremble while it lasts, and, when in their own quarters, laugh over it, and even practice it upon each other for mutual amusement. On the way to barracks, I met the squad of beasts marching to dinner. I was ordered to fall in; did so, marched to the mess hall, and ate my first dinner at West Point. After dinner we were marched again to barracks and dismissed. I hastened to my quarters, and a short while after was turned out to take possession of my baggage. I lugged it to my room, was shown the directions on the back of the door for arrangement of articles, and ordered to obey them within half an hour. The parts of the regulations referred to are the following: Special Regulations for Barracks, Orderlies of Rooms. The particular attention of orderlies is directed to those paragraphs of the Regulations for the U.S. Military Academy specifying their duties. Cadets. The hours of recitation of each cadet will be posted on the back of the door of his room. When a room is being washed out by the policeman, on reporting to the officer of the day and stating to him the number of some room in his own division he wishes to visit, a cadet will be permitted to visit that particular room until his own can be occupied. The uniform coat will be worn from 8 till 10 A.M. At inspection before 10 A.M. the coat will be buttoned throughout. At Sunday morning inspection, gloves and side arms will also be worn. After 10 A.M. any uniform garment or dressing gown may be worn in their own rooms, but at no time will cadets be in their shirt sleeves unnecessarily. During the call to quarters, between inspection call in the morning and tattoo, the following arrangement of furniture, etc., will be required: Accoutrements. Dress cap on gun rack shelf. Cartridge boxes, waist belts, sabers, forage caps, hung on pegs near gun rack shelf. Muskets in gun rack, bayonets in the scabbards. Spurs hung on peg with sabers. Bedsteads and bedding. Bedsteads in alcove against side wall of the room, the head against the back wall. Bedding. Mattress to be folded once, blankets and comforters each one to be neatly and separately folded, so that the folds shall be of the width of an ordinary pillow, and piled at the head of the bedstead, in the following order, viz: mattress, sheets, pillows, blankets, and comforters, the front edge of sheets, pillows, etc., to be vertical. On Sunday afternoons the beds may be made down and used. Clothes press. Books. On the top of the press, against the wall, and with the backs to the front. Brushes, tooth and hair, combs, shaving implements and materials, such small boxes as may be allowed, vials, etc., to be neatly arranged on the upper shelf. Belts, collars, gloves, handkerchiefs, socks, etc., to be neatly arranged on the second shelf from the top. Sheets, pillowcases, shirts, drawers, white pants, etc., to be neatly arranged on the other shelves, the heaviest articles on the lower shelves. Arrangement. All articles of the same kind are to be carefully and neatly placed in separate piles. The folded edges of these articles to be to the front, and even with the front edge of the shelf. Nothing will be allowed between these piles of clothing and the back of the press, unless the want of room on the front edge renders it necessary. Dirty clothes to be kept in clothes bag. Shoes and overshoes to be kept clean, dusted, and arranged in a line where they can be seen by the inspector, either at the foot of the bedstead or at the side near the foot. Woolen clothing, dressing gown, and clothes bag to be hung on the pegs in alcove in the following general order, from the front of the alcove to the back: overcoat, dressing gown, uniform coats, jackets, pants, clothes bag. Furniture. Broom to be kept behind the door. Tin box for cleaning materials to be kept clean and in the fireplace. Spittoon to be kept on one side of the hearth near mantelpiece. Chairs and tables. On no occasion to be in alcoves, the chairs, when not in use, to be against the owner's tables. Looking glass at the center of the mantelpiece. Wash stand to be kept clean, in front and against alcove partition. Wash basin to be kept clean and inverted on the top of the wash stand. Water bucket to be kept on shelf of wash stand. Slop bucket to be kept near to and on side of wash stand, opposite door. Baskets, pictures, clocks, statues, trunks, and large boxes will not be allowed in quarters. Curtains, window curtains, only uniform allowed, and to be kept drawn back during the day. Alcove curtains, only uniform allowed, and to be kept drawn, except between tattoo and reveille, and when dressing. Curtains of clothes press, to be kept drawn, except when policing room. Floor, to be kept clean and free from grease spots and stains. Walls and woodwork, to be kept free from cobwebs and not to be injured by nails or otherwise. Heating apparatus, screen and top, to be kept clean and not to be scratched or defaced. These regulations will be strictly obeyed and enforced. By order of Lieutenant Colonel Upton, George L. Turner, Cadet Lieutenant and Adjutant. Headquarters, Corps of Cadets, West Point, New York, September 4, 1873. At the end of the time specified, every article was arranged and the cadet corporal returned to inspect. He walked deliberately to the clothes press, and, informing me that everything was arranged wrong, threw every article upon the floor, repeated his order, and withdrew. And thus 3 times in less than 2 hours did I arrange and he disarrange my effects. I was not troubled again by him till after supper, when he inspected again, merely opening the door, however, and looking in. He told me I could not go to sleep till tattoo. Now tattoo, as he evidently used it, referred in some manner to time, and with such reference I had not the remotest idea of what it meant. I had no knowledge whatever of military terms or customs. However, as I was also told that I could do anything, writing, etc., I might wish to do, I found sufficient to keep me awake until he again returned and told me it was then tattoo, that I could retire then or at any time within half an hour, and that at the end of that time the light must be extinguished and I must be in bed. I instantly extinguished it and retired. Thus passed my first half day at West Point, and thus began the military career of the 5th Colored Cadet. The other 4 were Smith of South Carolina, Napier of Tennessee, Howard of Mississippi, and Gibbs of Florida. What I had seen and experienced during the few hours from my arrival till tattoo filled me with fear and apprehension. I expected every moment to be insulted or struck, and I was not long in persuading myself that the various reports which I had heard concerning Smith were true. I had not seen him yet, or, if I had not recognized him, and that my life there was to be all torture and anguish. I was uneasy and miserable, ever thinking of the regulations, verbal or written, which had been given me. How they haunted me! I kept repeating them over and over, fearful lest I might forget and violate them, and be dismissed. If I wanted anything or wished to go anywhere, I must get permission of the cadet officers on duty over us. To get such permission, I must enter their office cleanly and neatly dressed, and, taking my place in the center of the room, must salute, report my entrance, make known my wants, salute again, and report my departure. Footnote: Somewhat after this fashion: Candidate F, United States Military Academy, reports his entrance into this office, sir. Well, sir, what do you want in this office? I desire permission, sir, to walk on public lands till retreat. No, sir, you can't walk on public lands till retreat. Get out of my sight. Candidate F, United States Military Academy, reports his departure from this office, sir. End of footnote. At the instant I heard the sound of a drum, I must turn out at a run and take my place in the ranks. At 5 o'clock the next morning, two unusual sounds greeted my ears: the reveille, and a voice in the hall below calling out in a loud, martial tone: "Candidates, turn out promptly." In an astonishingly short time I had dressed, turned out, and was in ranks. We stood there as motionless as statues till the fifers and drummers had marched up to barracks, the rolls of the companies had been called, and they themselves dismissed. We were then dismissed, our roll having been also called. We withdrew at a run to our quarters and got them ready for inspection, which, we were informed, would take place at the expiration of half an hour. At the end of this time our quarters were inspected by a corporal. In my own room he upset my bedding, kicked my shoes into the middle of the room, and ordered me to arrange them again and in better order. This order was obeyed immediately, and this upsetting was done in every room, as I learned afterward from the occupants, who, strange to say, manifested no prejudice then. 'Twas not long ere they learned that they were prejudiced, and that they abhorred even the sight of a nigger. Just before, or perhaps just after breakfast, our quarters were again inspected. This time I was somewhat surprised to hear the corporal say, "Very well, Mr. Flipper, very well, sir." And this, with other things, shows there was a friendly feeling toward me from the first. After having thus expressed himself, he directed me to print my name on each of 4 pieces of paper, and to tack them up in certain places in the room, which he indicated to me. I did this several times before I could please him, but at last succeeded. Another corporal visited me during the day and declared everything out of order, although I had not touched a single thing after once satisfying the first corporal. Of course I had to rearrange them to suit him, in which I also finally succeeded. At 11 o'clock the mail came. I received a letter, and to my astonishment its postmark was West Point, New York, May 21st. Of course I was at a loss to know who the writer was. I turned it over and over, looked at it, studied the postmark, finally opened it and read it. Footnote: This letter by some means has been misplaced, and all efforts to find it or to discover what its exact contents were have failed. However, it was from James Webster Smith, the first and then only cadet of color at West Point. It reassured me very much, telling me not to fear either blows or insults, and advising me to avoid any forward conduct if I wished also to avoid certain consequences, which, said the writer, I have learned from sad experience, would be otherwise inevitable. It was a sad letter. I don't think anything has so affected me or so influenced my conduct at West Point as its melancholy tone. That sad experience gave me a world of warning. I looked upon it as implying the confession of some great error made by him at some previous time, and of its sadder consequences. This was another surprise, a welcome surprise, however. End of footnote. I read it over several times. It showed me plainly that Smith had not been dismissed, as had been reported to me at home. I at once formed a better opinion of West Point than I before had, and from that day my fears gradually wore away. The candidates now reported rapidly, and we, who had reported the day previous, were comparatively undisturbed. At 4 o'clock I visited Smith at his quarters by permission. My visit was necessarily a short one, as he was then preparing for drill. It sufficed, however, for us to become acquainted, and for me to receive some valuable advice. An hour and place were designated for us to meet next day, and I took my leave of him. The plebes turned out en masse, walked around the grounds and witnessed the drilling of the battalion. We enjoyed it immensely. They were that day skirmishing and using blank cartridges. We thought the drill superb. I was asked by a fellow plebe, "Think you'll like that?" "Oh, yes," said I, "when I can do it as easily as they do." We had quite a lengthy conversation about the fine appearance of the cadets, their forms, so straight and manly, evoking our greatest admiration. This, alas, was our only conversation on any subject. The gentleman discovered ere long that he too was prejudiced, and thus one by one they cut me, whether for prudential reasons or not, I can not presume to say. I went into the office one day, and standing uncovered at about the middle of the room, in the position of the soldier, saluted and thus addressed a cadet officer present: "Candidate Flipper, United States Military Academy, reports his entrance into this office, sir." "Well, what do you want?" was the rather gruff reply. "I desire permission to visit Smith, sir," answered I, thoughtlessly saying Smith, instead of Mr. or Cadet Smith. He instantly sprang from his seat into rather close proximity to my person, and angrily yelled: "Well, sir, I want to hear you say Mr. Smith. I want you to understand, sir, he is a cadet, and you're a plebe, and I don't want to see such familiarity on your part again, sir," putting particular emphasis on Mr. Having thus delivered himself, he resumed his seat, leaving me, I imagine, more scared than otherwise. "What do you want?" asked he again, after a pause of a moment or so. "Permission to visit Mr. Smith." Without condescending to notice for the time my request, he gave the interview a rather ludicrous turn, I thought, by questioning me somewhat after this manner: "Can you dance, Mr. Flipper?" Having answered this to his entire satisfaction, he further asked: "Expect to attend the hops this summer?" "Oh, no, sir," replied I, smiling, as he also was, for I had just discovered the drift of his questions. After mischievously studying my countenance for a moment, he returned to the original subject and queried: "Where do you want to go?" I told him. "Well, get out of my sight." I considered the permission granted, and hastily withdrew to take advantage of it. Between breakfast and supper, those of us who had been there at least a day had quite a pleasant time. We were not troubled with incessant inspections or otherwise. We either studied for examination or walked around the grounds. At or near 7 o'clock, the time of retreat parade, we were formed near our barracks and inspected. Our ranks were opened, and the cadet lieutenant inspected our clothing and appearance generally. A not infrequent occurrence on these occasions was: "Well, mister, what did you shave with, a shoe horn?" At this we would smile, when the lieutenant, sergeant, or corporal would jump at us and yell: "Wipe that smile off your face, sir. What do you mean, sir, by laughing in ranks?" If any one attempted to reply, he was instantly silenced with: "Well, sir, don't reply to me in ranks." The inspection would be continued. Some one, unable to restrain himself, the whole affair was so ridiculous, would laugh right out in ranks. He was a doomed man. "What do you mean, sir, by laughing in ranks, sir?" Having been once directed not to reply in ranks, the poor plebe would stand mute. "Well, sir, don't you intend to answer me?" "Yes, sir." "Well, sir, step it out." What were you grinning at?" "Nothing, sir." "Nothing? Well, sir, you're a pretty thing to be grinning at nothing. Get in ranks." The inspection would, after many such interruptions, be continued. Ranks would at length be closed, and the command, "In place, rest," given. The battalion would march in from parade at double time, and form in the area to our rear. The delinquencies of the day previous would then be published by the cadet adjutant. What most strikes a plebe is this same publication. He hasn't the remotest idea of what it is. Not a word uttered by the adjutant is understood by him. He stands and wonders what it is, a perfect jargon of words, unintelligible and meaningless to him. I remember distinctly how I used to wonder, and how I was laughed at when I asked for information concerning it. We plebes used to speak of it often, and wonder if it was not French. When we were better acquainted with the rules and customs of the academy, we learned what it was. It was something of this nature, read from the delinquency book: Delinquencies, Tuesday, October 12. Adams, late at reveille roll call. B.J., sentinel not coming to arms port when addressed by the officer of the day. Same, not conversant with orders at same. Barnes, same at same. Same, sentinel neglect of duty not requiring cadet leaving his post to report his departure and destination. Same, hanging head 4 P.M. Bulow, dust on mantel at inspection 9:30 A.M. Same, executing manual of arms with pointer in section room 9 A.M. Same, using profane expression 1 P.M. Cullen, out of bed at taps. Downs, light in quarters 11 P.M. Same, not prepared on 47 Velasquez. Footnote: For these delinquencies the cadets are allowed to write explanations. If the offense is absence from quarters, or any duty without authority, or is one committed in the academical department, called an academical delinquency, such as not being prepared on some lesson, an explanation is required and must be written. For all other offenses the cadet can write an explanation or not, as he chooses. If the explanation is satisfactory, the offense is removed and he gets no demerits; otherwise he does. For form of explanation, see Chapter 10, latter part. End of footnote. On the 26th of May, another colored candidate reported. It is said he made the best show at the preliminary examination. Unfortunately, however, he was "found" at the following semi-annual examination. He was brought up to my quarters by a corporal, and I was ordered to give him all instruction which had previously been given me. This I did, and his first days at West Point were much more pleasant than mine had been. The candidates had now all reported, and Monday afternoon, May 28th, we were each given by the adjutant in person a slip of paper upon which was written the number of each man's name in an alphabetically arranged roll. This we had special directions to preserve. The next day we were marched up to the drawing academy and examined in grammar, history, and geography. The following day in orthography and reading. On the same day also we were required to write out a list of all the text books we had used in our previous school days. The day following we were divided into sections and marched to the library, where the academic board was in readiness to examine us in mathematics. It took quite a while to examine our class of more than 100 members thus orally. I am not positive about the dates of the examination. I know it occurred in the immediate vicinity of those named. Not many days after this the result of the examination was made known to us. The familiar cry, "Candidates, turn out promptly," made at about noon, informed us that something unusual was about to occur. It was a fearful moment, and yet I was sure I had passed. The only questions I failed on were in geography. I stood motionless while the order was being read until I heard my name among the accepted ones. I felt as if a great burden had been removed from my mind. It was a beginning, and if not a good one, certainly not a bad one. What has been the ending? Let the sequel show. Now that the examination was over and the deficient ones gone, we were turned out for drill every morning at half past 5 o'clock and at 4 in the afternoon. We were divided into squads of one each and drilled twice a day in the "settings up" until about June 20th. After a few drills, however, the squads were consolidated into others of 4, 6, and 8 each. The surplus drill masters were turned in. Their hopes were withered, for it was almost a certainty that those who were turned in would not be made. They expected to be made on their proficiency in drilling, and when it was shown by being turned in that others had been thought better drill masters, they were not a little disappointed. How they boned tactics! What proficiency they manifested! How they yelled out their commands! What eagerness they showed to correct errors, etc., and yet some could not overcome their propensity for hazing, and these were of course turned in. Not always thus, however. Those who were not turned in were not always made corporals. Often those who were so treated got the chevrons after all. Plebe drill, or more familiarly squad drill, has always been a source of great amusement to citizens, but what a horror to plebes! Those torturous twistings and twirlings, stretching every nerve, straining every sinew, almost twisting the joints out of place and making life one long agonizing effort. Was there ever a plebe or recruit who did not hate, did not shudder at the mere mention of squad drill? I did. Others did. I remember distinctly my first experience of it. I formed an opinion, a morbid dislike of it then, and have not changed it. The benefit, however, of squad drill can not be overestimated. It makes the most crooked, distorted creature an erect, noble, and manly being, provided of course this distortion be a result of habit and not a natural deformity, the result of laziness in one's walking, such as hanging the head, dropping the shoulders, not straightening the legs, and crossing them when walking. Squad drill is one of the painful necessities of military discipline, and no one regrets his experience of it, however displeasing it may have been at the time. It is squad drill and hazing that so successfully mold the coarser characters who come to West Point into officers and gentlemen. They teach him how to govern and be governed. They are more effectual in polishing his asperities of disposition and forming his character than any amount of regulations could be. They tame him, so to speak. Squad drill was at once a punishment, a mode of hazing, and a drill. For the least show of grossness, one was sure to be punished with "settings up second time," "settings up fourth time," "continue the motion," "settings up second," or fourth time. We would be kept at these motions until we could scarcely move. Of course, all this was contrary to orders. The drill master would be careful not to be hived. If he saw an officer even looking at him, he would add the command, "3," which caused a discontinuance of the motion. He would change, however, to one of the other exercises immediately, and thus keep the plebes continually in motion. When he thought the punishment sufficient, he would discontinue it by the command, "3," and give "place, rest." When the "place, rest" had been just about sufficient to allow the plebe to get cool and in a measure rested, the drill would be resumed by the command, "Shun squad," abbreviated from attention and pronounced shun. If the plebe was slow, "place, rest," was again given, and when I give the command, "Shun squad," I want to see you spring up with life. "Shun squad." Plebe is slow again. "Well, mister, wake up. This is no trifling matter. Understand?" "Yes, sir." "Well, sir, don't reply to me in ranks." and many times in terms even more severe than these. Now that Williams and myself were admitted, the newspapers made their usual comments on such occurrences. I shall quote a single one from the New National Era and Citizen, published in Washington, D.C., and the political organ of the colored people. The article, however, as I present it, is taken from another paper, having been by it taken from the Era and Citizen. Colored Cadets at West Point. The New National Era and Citizen, which is the national organ of the colored people, contains a sensible article this week on the status of colored cadets at West Point. After referring to the colored young men, plebes Flipper of Georgia and Williams of Virginia, who have passed the examination requisite for entering the academy, the Era and Citizen says, "Now that they are in, the stiff and starched protégés of the government make haste to tell the reporters that none of the fellows would hurt them, but every fellow would let them alone." Our reporter seems to think that to be let alone a terrible doom. So it is, if one is sent to Coventry by gentlemen. So it is, if one is neglected by those who, in point of education, thrift, and morality, are our equals or superiors. So it is not, if done by the low-minded, the ignorant, and the snobbish. If it be possible, among the 400 young charity students of the government, that Cadet Smith, for instance, finds no warm friends and has won no respect after the gallant fight he has made for 4 years, a harder contest than he will ever have in the sterner field, then we despair of the material which West Point is turning out. If this be true, it is training selfish, snobbish martinets, not knightly soldiers, not Havelocks, Hardinges, and Kearneys, but the lowest type of disciplined and educated force and brutality, the Blutchers and Marlboroughs. We scarcely believe this, however, and we know that any young man, whether he be poor or black, or both, may enter any first-class college in America, and find warm, sympathetic friends, both among students and faculty, if he but prove himself to be possessed of some good qualities. If the Smiths, Flippers, and Williamses in their honorable schoolboy careers cannot meet social as well as intellectual recognition while at West Point, let them study on and acquit themselves like men, for they will meet, out in the world, a worthy reception among men of worth, who have put by the prejudices of race and the shackles of ignorance. Emerson says somewhere that solitude, the nurse of genius, is the foe of mediocrity. If our young men of ability have the stuff in them to make men out of, they need not fear to be let alone for a while. They will ultimately come to the surface and attain worthy recognition. That is plain, practical talk. We like it. It has the ring of the true metal. It shows that the writer has faith in the ultimate triumph of manhood. It is another form for expressing a firm belief that real worth will find a reward. Never has any bond people emerged from slavery into a condition full of such grand opportunities and splendid possibilities as those which are within the reach of the colored people of the United States. But if those opportunities are to be made available, if those possibilities are to be realized, the colored people must move into the forefront of action and study and work in their own behalf. The colored cadets at West Point, the colored students in the public schools, the colored men in the professions, the trades, and on the plantations cannot be idlers if they are to compete with the white race in the acquisition of knowledge and property. But they have examples of notable achievements in their own ranks which should convince them that they have not the slightest reason to despair of success. The doors stand wide open, from the plantation to the national capital, and every American citizen can, if he will, attain worthy recognition. And thus, ere we had entered upon our new duties, were we forewarned of the kind of treatment we should expect. To be sent to Coventry, to be let severely alone, are indeed terrible dooms, but we cared not for them. To be let alone was what we wished. To be left to our own resources for study and improvement, for enjoyment in whatever way we chose to seek it, was what we desired. We cared not for social recognition. We did not expect it, nor were we disappointed in not getting it. We would not seek it. We would not obtrude ourselves upon them. We would not accept recognition unless it was made willingly. We would be, of them at least, independent. We would mark out for ourselves a uniform course of conduct and follow it rigidly. These were our resolutions. So long as we were in the right, we knew we should be recognized by those whose views were not limited or bound by such narrow confines as prejudice and caste, whether they were at West Point or elsewhere. Confident that right on our own part would secure us just treatment from others, that if we but prove ourselves possessed of some good qualities, we could find friends among both faculty and students. I came to West Point, notwithstanding I had heard so much about the academy well fit to dishearten and keep one away. And then, too, at the time, I had no object in seeking the appointment other than to gratify an ordinary ambition. Several friends were opposed to my accepting it, and even persuaded me, or rather attempted to persuade me, to give up the idea altogether. I was inexorable. I had set my mind upon West Point, and no amount of persuasion, and no number of harrowing narratives of bad treatment could have induced me to relinquish the object I had in view. But I was right. The work I chose, and from which I could not flinch without dishonor, proved far more important than either my friends or myself at first thought it would be. Let me not, however, anticipate. Of this importance more anon. End of Chapter 3. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 4 of The Colored Cadet at West Point. Autobiography of Lieutenant Henry Ossian Flipper, U.S.A., first graduate of color from the U.S. Military Academy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Colored Cadet at West Point. Autobiography of Lieutenant Henry Ossian Flipper, U.S.A., first graduate of color from the U.S. Military Academy. Chapter 4. Cant Terms, etc. As a narrative of this description is very apt to be dry and uninteresting, I have thought it possible to remove in a measure this objection by using as often as convenient the cant lingo of the corps. A vocabulary which shall contain it all, or nearly all, becomes necessary. I have taken great care to make it as full as possible, and at the same time as intelligible as possible. There are a few cant words and expressions which are directly personal, and in many cases self-explanatory. They are, for such reasons, omitted. Animal, animile, beast, reptile. Synonymous terms applied to candidates for admission into the academy. Plebe, a candidate after admission, a new cadet. After the candidates are examined and the proficient ones admitted, these latter are known officially as new cadets, but in the cant vernacular of the corps they are dubbed plebes, and they retain this designation till the candidates of the next year report. They are then called yearlings, a title applied usually to them in camp only. After the encampment they become furloughmen until they return from furlough in August of the following year. They then are second-classmen, and are so officially, and à la cadet throughout the year. From this time till they graduate they are known as the graduating class, so that, except the second class, each class has its own peculiar cant designation. Candidates generally report in May, about the 20th, and during July and August are in camp. This is their plebe camp. The next is their yearling camp. During the next they are en congé, and the next and last is their first class camp. Of plebe camp, yearling camp, and first class camp, more anon. Rapid. A plebe is said to be rapid when he shows a disposition to resist hazing, or to bone familiarity with older cadets, i.e., upperclassmen. Sep. A cadet who reported for admission in September. Fins. A term applied to the hands generally, of course to the hands of plebes. Prelim. A preliminary examination. Pred. A predecessor. Pony. A key, a corrige. To bone. To study, to endeavor to do well in any particular. For instance, to bone demerits is to strive to get as few as possible. To bone popularity. This alludes to a habit practiced, especially by yearlings, while in camp, and is equivalent to our everyday expression in civil life, viz., to get in with. To bugle it. To avoid a recitation. To avoid a recitation is an act seldom done by any cadet. It is, in fact, standing at the board during the whole time of recitation without turning around, and thus making known a readiness to recite. At the Academy a bugle takes the place of the bell in civil schools. When the bugle is blown, those sections at recitation are dismissed, and others come in. Now, if one faces the board till the bugle blows, there is not then enough time for him to recite, and he is said to have bugled it. Some instructors will call on any one who shows a disposition to do so, and will require him to tell what he knows about his subject. Busted. Broken. These words apply only to cadet officers who are reduced to ranks. A cold case. A sure thing, a foregone conclusion. To get chevrons. To receive an appointment in the battalion organization. Each year, on the day the graduates receive their diplomas, and just after, possibly just before, they are relieved from further duty at the Academy. The order fixing the appointments for the next year is read, and those of the year previous revoked. It has been customary to appoint the officers, captains, and lieutenants from the first class, the sergeants from the second, and the corporals from the third. This custom has at times, and for reasons, been departed from, and the officers chosen as seemed best. For any offense of a grave nature, any one who has chevrons is liable to lose them, or, in other words, to be reduced to ranks. A cit. Any citizen. To crawl over. To haze, generally in the severest manner possible. A chapel. An attendance at church. To curse out. To reprimand, to reprove, and also simply to interview. This expression does not by any means imply the use of oaths. To cut cold. To avoid, to ostracize. Debauch. Any ceremony or anything unusual. It may be a pleasant chat, a drill, or anything that is out of the usual routine. To drive a squad. To march it. Dropped. Not promoted. To eat up. See to crawl over. Exaggerations. It is a habit of the cadets to exaggerate on certain occasions, and especially when policing. A log of wood, a sawmill, a forest, and kindred expressions are applied to any fragment of wood of any description that may be lying about. A feather is a pillow, a straw, a broom factory, a pen, an iron foundry, a cotton string, a cotton factory, and I have known a plebe to be told to get up that sugar refinery, which refinery was a cube of sugar crushed by some one treading upon it. Anything, whatever it may be, which must be policed, is usually known by some word or term suggested by its use or the method or the place of its manufacture. To find. To declare deficient in studies or discipline. An extra is an extra tour of guard duty given as punishment. Cadets on extra are equipped as for parade and walk in the area of cadet barracks from 2 o'clock until retreat, or from 2 to 5 hours, on Saturday or other days of the week. An extra is sometimes called a Saturday punishment. A femme, femme, any female person. A file, any male person. Fest, fest cold, fest frigid, fest out, and fest through. Made a bad recitation, failed. To get off, to perpetrate. A gag, grin, grind. Something witty, a repartee. To hive, to detect, used in a good and bad sense. Also to take, to steal. To hoop up, to hasten, to hurry. HMP, hop manager's privileges. A keen, see gag, etc. To leap on, see to crawl over. Maid, given an appointment, given chevrons as an officer in the battalion organization. A make, such an appointment. Maxed, made a thorough recitation. Ath, the last one. To pile in, to retire. To pink, to report for any offense. To plant, to bury with military honors. To police one's self, to bathe. To pot, see to pink. Prof, professor. To put in, to submit in writing. To put into the battalion, to assign to a company, as in case of new cadets. Ragged, ragged out. Made a good recitation. Reveillees. Old shoes, easy and comfortable, worn to reveille roll call. Reekless, ricochet. Careless, indifferent. To run it. To do anything forbidden, to risk. To run it on, to impose upon. Shout. Excellent, i.e., will create much comment and praise. Sketch house, the drawing academy. To skin, see to pink, most common. To be spoony, to be gallant. To spoon, to be attentive to ladies. A spoon, a sweetheart. Shungudgeon, a stew. Soup, superintendent. To step out, see to hoop up. Topog, a topographical drawing. To turn in, to repair to one's quarters. To be sent in, to order anything sent in. To turn out, to come out or send out. To be white, to treat white. To be polite, courteous, and gentlemanly. To wheaten, to be excused by surgeon. To yank, to seize upon violently. OGP, old guard privileges. Chem, chemistry. Math, mathematics. Phil, philosophy. Rocks, mineralogy. Wigwag, signaling. To get out of, to shun, to shirk. Thing, a plebe. To extinguish, to distinguish. To go for, to haze. House, room, quarters. To freeze to hold firmly. To wipe out, to destroy. Limbo, confinement. Solemncholy, sad, dejected. Plebeskin, a rubber overcoat issued to new cadets. Turnbacks, cadets turn back to a lower class. Div, subdiv, division, subdivision. Devils, fellows familiarly. Tab, tabular system of French. To celebrate, to do. A stayback, a graduate detained at graduation to instruct the new cadets. Footnote: when the cadets are in barracks, the officer of the guard on Sundays either has or assumes authority to detain from church, for any emergency that might arise, one or two or more members of his guard, in addition to those on post on duty. Cadets so detained are called staybacks. End of footnote. Scratch day, a day when lessons are hard or numerous. Gum game, a joke. To fudge, to copy. Benny Havens' O. A number of cadets sitting or lounging about the room. One at table pouring out the drinks. As soon as he is done, he takes up his own glass and says to the others, "Come, fellows," and then all together standing, stand up in a row. For sentimental drinking we're going for to go. In the army there's sobriety, promotion's very slow. So we'll cheer our hearts with choruses of Benny Havens' O. Of Benny Havens' O, of Benny Havens' O, we'll cheer our hearts with choruses of Benny Havens' O. When you and I and Benny, and General Jackson too, are brought before the final board our course of life to review, may we never fess on any point, but then be told to go, to join the army of the blest, at Benny Havens' O, at Benny Havens' O, at Benny Havens' O, to join the army of the blest, at Benny Havens' O. To the ladies of the army let our bumpers ever flow, companions of our exile, our shield 'gainst every woe. May they see their husbands generals with double pay to show, and indulge in reminiscences of Benny Havens' O, of Benny Havens' O, of Benny Havens' O, and indulge in reminiscences of Benny Havens' O. 'Tis said by commentators in the land where we must go, we follow the same handicraft we followed here below. If this be true philosophy, the sexton he says no. What days of dance and song we'll have at Benny Havens' O. At Benny Havens' O, at Benny Havens' O, what days of dance and song we'll have at Benny Havens' O. To the ladies of the Empire State, whose hearts and albums too bear sad remembrance of the wrongs we stripling soldiers do, we bid you all a kind farewell, the best recompense we know. Our loves and rhymings had their source at Benny Havens' O. At Benny Havens' O, at Benny Havens' O, our loves and rhymings had their source at Benny Havens' O. Then with due solemnity, every head uncovered and bowed low, they sing: there comes a voice from Florida, from Tampa's lonely shore. It is the wail of gallant men, O'Brien is no more. In the land of sun and flowers, his head lies pillowed low. No more to sing Petite Coquille at Benny Havens' O, at Benny Havens' O, at Benny Havens' O. No more to sing Petite Coquille at Benny Havens' O, etc. End of chapter 4. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 5 of The Colored Cadet at West Point. Autobiography of Lieutenant Henry Ossian Flipper, U.S.A., first graduate of color from the U.S. Military Academy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Colored Cadet at West Point. Autobiography of Lieutenant Henry Ossian Flipper, U.S.A., first graduate of color from the U.S. Military Academy. Chapter 5. Plebe Camp. Plebe Camp. The very words are suggestive. Those who have been cadets know what plebe camp is. To a plebe just beginning his military career, the first experience of camp is most trying. To him everything is new. Every one seems determined to impose upon him, and each individual plebe fancies at times he's picked out from all the rest as an especially good subject for this abuse. It is not, indeed, a very pleasant prospect before him, nor should he expect it to be. But what must be his feelings when some old cadet paints for his pleasure camp scenes and experiences? Whatever he may have known of camp life before seems as naught to him now. It is a new sort of life he is to lead there, and he feels himself, although curious and anxious to test it, somewhat shy of entering such a place. There is no alternative. He accepts it resignedly and goes ahead. It is not always with smiling countenance that he marches out and surveys the site after reveille. Indeed, those who do have almost certainly received a highly colored sketch of camp life, and are hastening to sad disappointment and not at all to the joys they've been led to expect. He marches into the company streets. He surveys them carefully and recognizes what is meant by "the plebes have to do all the policing," servants being an unknown luxury. He also sees the sentry boxes and the paths the sentinels tread, and shudders as he recollects the tales of midnight adventure which some wily cadet has narrated to him. Imagination begins her cruel work. Already he sees himself lying at the bottom of Fort Clinton ditch, tied in a blanket, or perhaps fetterless and free but helpless. Or he may imagine his hands are tied to one and his feet to the other tent pole, and himself struggling for freedom as he recognizes that the reveille gun has been fired and those merciless fifers and drummers are rapidly finishing the reveille. And, horror of horrors, mayhap his fancies picture him standing tremblingly on post at midnight's solemn hour, his gun just balanced in his hands, while numbers of cadets in hideous sheets and other ghostly garb approach or are already standing around torturing him. And again, perchance, he challenges some approaching person in one direction, and finds to his dismay the officer of the day, the officer of the guard, and a corporal are crossing and recrossing his post, or having already advanced without being challenged, are demanding why it is, and why he has been so negligent. Just after reveille on the morning of June 22d, the companies were marched to their company streets, and the plebes assigned to each followed in rear. At the time, only the tent floors and cord stays were on the ground. These former the plebes were ordered to align. This we did while the old cadets looked on, occasionally correcting or making some suggestion. It required considerable time to do this, as we were inexperienced and had to await some explanation of what we were to do. When at last we were done, tents, or rather tent floors, were assigned to us. We thence returned to barracks and to breakfast. Our more bulky effects were carried into camp on wagons before breakfast, while the lighter articles were moved over by our own hands. By, or perhaps before, 11 o'clock, everything had been taken to camp. By 12 we were in ranks ready to march in. At the last stroke of the clock the column was put in march, and we marched in with all the glory of war. We stacked arms in the company streets, broke ranks, and each repaired to the tent assigned him, which had by this time been brought over and placed folded on the tent floors. They were rapidly prepared for raising, and at a signal made on a drum, the tents were raised simultaneously, mid rousing cheers which told that another camp was begun. After this we had dinner, and then we put our tents in order. At 4 o'clock the police call was sounded, and all the plebes were turned out to police the company streets. This new phase of West Point life, and its phases rapidly developed themselves, was a hard one indeed. The duties are menial, and very few discharge them without some show of displeasure, and often of temper. None are exempt. It is not hard work, and yet every one objects to doing it. The third and fourth classes, by regulations, are required to do the policing. When I was a plebe, the plebes did it all. Many indeed tried to shirk it, but they were invariably hived. Every plebe who attempted any such thing was closely watched and made to work. The old cadets generally chose such men for special duty men, and required them to bring water, pile bedding, sweep the floor, and do all sorts of menial services. Of course, all this last is prohibited, and therefore risky. Somebody is hived and severely punished almost every year for allowing plebes to perform menial duties for him. But what of that? The more dangerous it becomes, the more it is practiced. Forbidden things always have an alluring sweetness about them. More caution, however, is observed. If, for instance, a cadet should want a pail of water, he causes a plebe to empty his, the plebe's, into his own, the cadet's. If it should be empty, he sends him to the hydrant to fill it, and when he returns, gets possession of it as before. An officer seeing a plebe with his own pail, recognizable by his own name being on it in huge Roman characters, going for water would say nothing to him. If the name, however, should be that of a cadet, the plebe would be fortunate if he escaped an investigation or a reprimand on the spot, and the cadet, too, if he were not put in arrest for allowing a new cadet to perform menial services for him. If he wants a dipper of iced water, he calls out to the first plebe he sees in some such manner as this: "Oh, Mr. , don't you want to borrow my dipper for a little while?" The plebe, of course, understands this. He may smile possibly, and if not serving some punishment will go for the water. Plebes are also required to clean the equipments of the older cadets. They do it cheerfully, and, strange to say, are as careful not to be hived as the cadet whose accoutrements they are cleaning. I say "required." I do not mean that regulations or orders require this of the new cadets, but that the cadets, by way of hazing, do. From the heartrending tales of hazing at West Point, which citizens sometimes read of, one would think the plebes would offer some resistance or would complain to the authorities. These tales are for the most part untrue. In earlier days perhaps hazing was practiced in a more inhuman manner than now. It may be impossible, and indeed is, for a plebe to cross a company street without having some one yell out to him, "Get your hands around, mister. Hold your head up." But all that is required by tactics. Perhaps the frequency and unnecessary repetition of these cautions give them the appearance of hazing. However that may be, there seems to be no way to impress upon a plebe the necessity of carrying his palms to the front, or his head up. To report him, and give him demerits, merely causes him to laugh and joke over the number of them that have been recorded against him. I do not mean to defend hazing in any sense of the word, but I do believe that it is indispensable as practiced at the Academy. It would simply be impossible to mold and polish the social amalgamation at West Point without it. Some of the rough specimens annually admitted care nothing for regulations. It is fun to them to be punished. Nothing so effectually makes a plebe submissive as hazing. That contemptuous look and imperious bearing lowers a plebe, I sometimes think, in his own estimation. He is in a manner cowed and made to feel that he must obey and not disobey, to feel that he is a plebe and must expect a plebe's portion. He is taught by it to stay in his place and not to bone popularity with the older cadets. It is frequently said that plebe camp and plebe life are the severest parts of life at West Point. To some they are, and to others they are not. With my own self I was almost entirely free from hazing, and while there were features in plebe life which I disliked, I did nevertheless have a far easier and better time than my own white classmates. Even white plebes often go through their camp pleasantly and profitably. Only those who shirk duty have to suffer any unusual punishment or hazing. I have known plebes to be permitted to do anything they chose while off duty. I have known others to have been kept working on their guns or other equipments whole days for several days at a time. It mattered not how clean they were, or how soon the work was done. I've known them to be many times interrupted for the mere sake of hazing, and perhaps to be sent somewhere or to do something which was unnecessary and would have been as well undone. Plebes who tent with first classmen keep their own tents in order, and are never permitted by their tent mates to do anything of the kind for others unless, when wanted, are entirely unoccupied, and then usually their services are asked for. A classmate of mine, when a plebe, tented with a first classman. He was doing something for himself one day in a free and easy manner, and had no thought of disturbing any one. A yearling corporal who was passing saw him, thought he was having too good and soft a time of it, and ordered him out to tighten cords, an act then highly uncalled for, save as a means of hazing. The first classman happened to come up just as the plebe began to interfere with the cords, and asked him who told him to do that. He told him, and was at once directed to leave them and return to whatever he was doing before being interrupted. The yearling, confident in his red tape and his mightiness, ordered the plebe out again. His corporalship soon discovered his mistake, for the first classman gave the plebe full information as to what could be required of him, and told him to disobey any improper order of the corporal's which was plainly given to haze him. The affair was made personal. A fight ensued. The corporal was worsted, to the delight, I imagine, of the plebes. Again, I've known plebes to be stopped from work, if they were doing something for a cadet, to transfer it to some other one who was accustomed to shirk all the duty he could, or who did things slowly and slovenly. Indeed, I may assert generally that plebes who are willing to work have little to do outside of their regular duty, and fare in plebe camp quite as well as yearlings, while those who are stubborn and careless are required to do most all the work. Cadets purposely select them and make them work. They, too, are very frequently objects of hazing in its severest form. At best, though, plebe camp is rather hard. Its numerous drills, together with guard and police duty, make it the severest and most undesirable portion of the 4 years a cadet spends at the academy. To get up at 5 o'clock and be present at reveille roll call, to police for half an hour, to have squad drill during the next hour, to put one's tent in order after that, and then to prepare one's self for breakfast at 7, make up a rather trying round of duties. To discharge them all, and that must certainly be done, keeps one busy, but who would not prefer little extra work, and not hard work at that, in the cooler part of the day to an equal amount in the heated portion of it? I am sure the plebes do. I know the corporals and other officers who drill them do, although they lose their after reveille sleep. After breakfast comes troop parade at 8 o'clock, guard mounting immediately after, and the establishment of the color line. Arms and accoutrements must be in perfect order. The plebes clean them during the afternoon, so that before parade it is seldom necessary to do more than wipe off dust, or adjust a belt, or something of the kind. After establishing the color line, which is done about 8:30 A.M., all cadets, save those on guard and those marching on, have time to do whatever they choose. The cadets generally repair to the guard tents to see lady friends and other acquaintances, while the plebes either interest themselves in the inspection of color men or make ready for artillery drill at 9. The latter drill, commencing at 9 A.M., continues for 1 hour. The yearlings and plebes receive instruction in the manual and nomenclature of the piece. The drill is not very trying unless the heavy guns are used, unless they are drilled at the battery of 12-pounders. Of late both classes have been drilled at batteries of 3-inch rifles. These are light and easily manoeuvred, and unless the heat be intense, the drill is a very pleasant one. The first class, during this same hour, are drilled at the siege or seacoast battery. The work here is sometimes hard and sometimes not. When firing, the drill is pleasant and interesting, but when we have mechanical manoeuvres, all this pleasantness vanishes. Then we have hard work. Dismounting and mounting is not a very pleasant recreation. At 11 o'clock, every day for a week or 10 days, the plebes have manual drill. This is entirely in the shade, and when in place rest is frequently given, is not at all displeasing, except when some yearling corporal evinces a disposition to haze. At 5 o'clock this drill is repeated, then comes parade, supper, tattoo, and best of all, a long night's rest. The last 2 drills continue for a few days only, and sometimes do not take place at all. The third class, or the yearlings, have dancing from 11 to 12, and the plebes from then till 1. In the afternoon the plebes have nothing to do in the way of duty till 4 o'clock. The camp is then policed, and when that is done there may or may not be any further duty to discharge till retreat parade. After the plebes are put in the battalion, that is, after they begin drilling, etc., with their companies, all cadets attend company drill at 5 o'clock. After attending a few of these drills, the first class is excused from further attendance during the encampment. One officer and the requisite number of privates, however, are detailed from the class each day to act as officers at these drills. I omitted to say that the first class received in the forenoon instruction in practical military engineering and ordnance. What most tries plebes, and yearlings too, is guard duty. If their classes are small, each member of them is put on guard every third or fourth day. To the plebes, being something entirely new, guard duty is very, very obnoxious. During the day they fare well enough, but as soon as night comes, well enough disappears. They are liable at any moment to be visited by cadets on a hazing tour from the body of the camp, or by the officers and non commissioned officers of the guard. The latter generally leave the post of the guard in groups of 3 or 4. After getting into camp they separate, and manage to come upon a sentinel simultaneously and from all points of the compass. If the sentinel isn't cool, he will challenge and advance one, and possibly let the others come upon him unchallenged and unseen even. Then woe be to him. He'll be crawled over for a certainty, and to make his crimes appear as bad as possible, will be reported for neglect of duty while a sentinel, allowing the officers and non commissioned officers of the guard to advance upon him and to cross his post repeatedly without being challenged. He knows the report to be true, and if he submits an explanation for the offense, his inexperience will be considered, and he will probably get no demerits for his neglect of duty. But the best joke of all is in their manner of calling off the half hours at night, and of challenging. Sometimes we hear No. 2 call off, "Number 2, 10 o'clock, and all is well," in a most natural and unconcerned tone of voice, while No. 3 may sing out, "Number 3, 10 o'clock, and all is well," changing his tone only on the last word. Then No. 4, with another variation, may call off, "Number 4, 10 o'clock, and all's well," changing his tone on all's, and speaking the rest, especially the last word, in a low and natural manner of voice, and sometimes abruptly. And so on along the entire chain of sentinels, each one calls off in a manner different from that of the rest. Sometimes the calling off is scarcely to be heard, sometimes it is loud and full, and again it is distinct but squeakish. It is indeed most delightful to be in one's tent and hear the plebes call off in the still, quiet hours of the night. One can't well help laughing, and yet all plebes, more or less, call off in the same manner. Plebe sentinels are very troublesome sometimes to the non commissioned officers of the guard. They receive their orders time after time, and when inspected for them most frequently spit them out with ease and readiness, but just as soon as night comes, and there is a chance to apply them, they fess utterly cold, and in the simplest things at that. 9 plebes out of 10 almost invariably challenge thus: "Who comes here? Who stands here? Who goes here?" as the case may be, notwithstanding they have been repeatedly instructed orally, and have seen the words, as they should be, in the regulations. If a person is going, and is 100 yards or so off, it is still, "Who goes here?" Everything is here. One night the officer of the day concealed himself near a sentinel's post, and suddenly appeared on it. The plebe threw his gun down to the proper position and yelled out, "Who comes here?" The officer of the day stopped short, whereupon the plebe jumped at him and shouted, "Who stands here?" Immediately the officer started off, saying as he did so, "I'm not standing, I'm going." Then of course the challenge was again changed to, "Who goes here?" "I'm not going, I'm coming," said the officer, facing about and approaching the sentinel. This was kept up for a considerable time, till the officer of the day got near a sentry box, and suddenly disappeared. The plebe knew he was there, and yelled in a louder tone than before, "Who stands here?" "Sentry box," was the solemn and ghostly response. It is hardly reasonable, I think, to say the plebe was frightened, but he actually stood there motionless, repeating his challenge over and over again, "Who stands here?" There was a light battery in park near by, and through this, aided by the gloom, the officer of the day managed to pass unobserved along, but not on the sentinel's post. He then got upon it and advanced on him, making the while much noise with his sword and his heavy tread. He walked directly up to the sentinel unchallenged and startled him by asking, "What are you standing here yelling for?" The plebe told him that the officer of the day had been upon his post, and he had seen him go behind the sentry box, and all this to the officer of the day, standing there before him. "Well, sir, whom do you take me to be?" The plebe looks, and for the first time brought to full consciousness, recognizes the officer of the day. Of course he is surprised, and the more so when the officer of the day inspects for his the plebe's satisfaction the sentry box, and finds no one there. He eats that plebe up entirely, and then sends a corporal around to instruct him in his orders. When the corporal comes, it may be just as difficult to advance him. He may, when challenged, advance without replying, or, if he replies, he may say, "Steamboat, Captain Jack, Queen of the Modocs," as one did say to me, or somebody else not entitled to the countersign. Possibly the plebe remembers this, and he may command "Halt," and call another corporal. This latter may come on a run at charge bayonets, and may not stop till within a foot or so of the sentinel. He then gets another "cursing out." By this time the corporal who first came and was halted has advanced unchallenged and unnoticed since the arrival of the second. And then another "cursing out." Thus it is that plebe camp is made so hard. Surely the officers and non commissioned officers are right in testing by all manner of ruses the ability of these sentinels. It is their duty to instruct them, to see that they know their orders and are not afraid to apply them. Sometimes plebes enjoy it, and like to be cursed out. Sometimes they purposely advance toward a party improperly to see what will be said to them. It is fun to some, and to others most serious. At best it gives a plebe a poor opinion of West Point, and while he may bear it meekly, he nevertheless sighs for the blank touch of a vanished hand, the caressing hand of a loving mother or sister. I know I used to hate the very name of camp, and I had an easier time, too, than the other plebes. Of course the plebes, being inexperienced for the most part, are high privates in the rear rank. For another reason also this is the case. The first and second classes have the right, established by immemorial custom, of marching in the front rank, which right necessarily keeps the plebes in the rear rank, and the yearlings too, except so many as are required in the front rank for the proper formation of the company. Another reason, perhaps, may be given to the same end. We have what we call class rank, or, in other words, class standing. Every class has certain privileges and immunities, which the junior classes do not enjoy. For example, first classmen and second classmen too, by general orders of September, 1876, are excused from guard duty in the capacity of privates, and are detailed, first classmen for officers of the day and officers of the guard, and second classmen for non commissioned officers of the guard. All members of the third and fourth classes are privates, and from them the privates of the guard are detailed. All officers, commissioned and non commissioned, are exempt from Saturday punishment. I mean, they do not walk extra tours of guard for punishment. The non commissioned officers are sometimes required to serve such punishments by discharging the duties of corporal or sergeant in connection with the punishment squad. Third and fourth classmen enjoy no such immunities. Plebes, then, having no rank whatever, being in fact conditional cadets until they shall have received their warrants in the following January, must give way to those who have. One half or more of the privates of the company must be in the front rank. This half is made up of those who rank highest, first classmen and second classmen, and also, if necessary, a number of third classmen. Plebes must then, except in rare cases,
march in the rear rank, and from the time they are put in the battalion till the close of the summer encampment, they are required to carry their hands with palms to the front, as prescribed in the tactics. All this is kept up till the close of camp, and makes, I think, plebe camp the most trying part of one's cadet life. On the 28th of August the furlough men return, and report to the commandant at 2 o'clock for duty. In the afternoon the battalion is sized and quarters are assigned under the supervision of the assistant instructors of tactics. At parade the appointment of officers and non commissioned officers for the ensuing year is published, and also orders for the discontinuance of the encampment. In the evening the 28th hop takes place, and is the last of the season. On the 29th, and beginning at reveille, the cadets move their effects into winter quarters in barracks. All heavy articles are moved in on wagons, while all lighter ones are carried over by cadets themselves. By 7 o'clock everything is moved away from camp, save each cadet's accoutrements. Breakfast is served at 7 A.M., and immediately afterward comes troop and guard mounting, after which the entire camp is thoroughly policed. This requires an hour or more, and when all is done the general is sounded. At this the companies are formed under arm in their respective company streets. The arms are then stacked and ranks broken. At least 2 cadets repair to each tent, and at the first tap of the drum remove and roll up all the cords save the corner ones. At the second tap, while one cadet steadies the tent, the other removes and rolls the corner cords nearest him. The tents in the body of the encampment are moved back 2 feet, more or less, from the color line, while the guard tents and those of the company officers are moved in a northerly direction. At the third tap the tents fall simultaneously toward the color line and the south cardinal point, amid rousing cheers. The tents being neatly rolled up and placed on the floors, the companies are reformed, and on the center. The battalion then marches out to take up its winter quarters in barracks. When camp is over, the plebes are no longer required to depress their toes or to carry their hands with palms to the front. They are, in fact, cadets and gentlemen, and must take care of themselves. End of Chapter 5. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 6 of The Colored Cadet at West Point. Autobiography of Lieutenant Henry Ossian Flipper, U.S.A., first graduate of color from the U.S. Military Academy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Colored Cadet at West Point. Autobiography of Lieutenant Henry Ossian Flipper, U.S.A., first graduate of color from the U.S. Military Academy. Chapter 6. Studies, etc. The academic year begins July 1st and continues till about June 20th the following year. As soon after this as practicable, depending upon what time the examination is finished, the corps moves into camp, with the exception of the second class, who go on furlough instead. Between the 20th of August and the 1st of September, the Seps, or those candidates who were unable to do so in the spring previous, report. Before the 1st they have been examined, and the deficient ones dismissed. On the 1st, unless that be Sunday, academic duties begin. The classes are arranged into a number of sections, according to their class rank, as determined at the previous annual examination, or according to rank in some particular study. For instance, for instruction in engineering, the first class is arranged according to merit in philosophy, and not according to general merit or class rank. The fourth, or plebe class, however, is arranged alphabetically, since they as yet have no class rank. The first class study, during the first term, engineering law and ordnance and gunnery. They recite on civil engineering from 8 to 11 A.M. daily, on ordnance and gunnery from 2 to 4 P.M., alternating with law. The second class have natural and experimental philosophy from 8 to 11 A.M. daily, and chemistry, alternating with riding, from 11 A.M. to 1 P.M. Also, drawing in pencil from 2 to 4 p.m. For instruction in this department, the class is divided into two as nearly equal parts as practicable, which alternate in attendance at the Drawing Academy. The third class have pure mathematics, analytical geometry, descriptive geometry, and the principles of shades, shadows, and perspective, from 8 to 11 a.m. daily. They also have French from 11 a.m. till 1 p.m., alternating with Spanish. The entire class attend drawing daily till November 1st, when it is divided into two equal parts or platoons, which attend drawing and writing on alternate days. Writing, yearling writing, I must advert to that before I go further. First, let me describe it. A platoon of yearlings, 20, 30, 40 perhaps, as many horses, a spacious riding hall, with galleries that seat but too many mischievous young ladies, and whose interior is well supplied with tan bark, make up the principal objects in the play. Nay, I omit the most important characters, the instructor and the necessary number of enlisted men. Act 1, Scene 1. Area of barracks. At guardhouse door stands an orderly, with drum in hands. In the area a number of cadets, some in everyday attire, others dressed à la cavalier. These à la cavalier fellows are going to take their first lesson in riding. About 4/5 of them were never on a horse in their lives, and hence what dire expectations hover over their ordinarily placid heads. They have heard from the upper classmen what trials the novice experiences in his first efforts, and they do not go to the riding hall without some dread. 4:00 and 10 minutes. The drum is beaten. Officer of the day. Form your platoon. Right, face. Call your roll. Section marcher. BJ, Barnes, Dufuring, Sweikheimer, Duflickett, etc. Platoon answering to their names. Here. Here. Ho. Hi. Har. Here. Section marcher facing about salutes. All are present, sir. Officer of the day returning salute. March off your platoon, sir. Section marcher facing about. Left, face, forward, march. Curtain falls. Act 2, Scene 1. The riding hall, a large, spacious, rectangular structure, door on each side and at each end, floor well covered with tan bark, spacious gallery over each side door, staircases outside leading to them. Galleries are occupied, one by ladies and perhaps a number of gentlemen, and the other by enlisted men usually. In the center of the hall are a number of horses, each equipped with a surcingle, blanket, and watering bridle. A soldier stands at the head of each one of them. As curtain rises, enter platoon by side door, and marches around the left flank of the line of horses, and as far forward as necessary. Section marcher. Platoon, halt. Left, face. Saluting instructor. All are present, sir. Instructor saluting. The section marcher will take his place on the left. He then gives all necessary instruction. To mount the trooper, the instructor first causes him to stand to horse by the command, "Stand to horse." At this command, well, see cavalry tactics. We've got the trooper mounted now. After some further explanation, the instructor forms them into a column of files by the commands, "By file, by the right (or left), flank, march." They are now going around the hall at a walk, a slow, snail-like pace, but what figures some of them present! Still, all goes on quite well. The instructor is speaking. "To trot," says he, "raise the hands" (yearlings use both hands) "slightly. This is to apprise the horse that you want his attention. Then lower the hand slightly, and at the same time gently press the horse with the legs until he takes the gait desired. As soon as he does, relax the pressure. A long pause. The occupants of the galleries are looking anxiously on. They know what is coming next. They have seen these drills over and over again. And so each trooper awaits anxiously the next command. Alas, it comes. Trot! What pearls of laughter from that cruel gallery! But why? Ah, see there that trooper struggling in the tan bark while a soldier pursues his steed. He is not hurt. He gets up, brushes away the tan bark, remounts, and starts off again. But there, he's off again. He's continually falling off or jumping off purposely. What confusion! There comes one at a full gallop, sticking on as best he can. But there, the poor fellow is off. The horses are running away. The troopers are dropping off everywhere in the hall. No one is hurt. Alas, they pressed too hard to keep on, and instead of relaxing the pressure at the desired gait, the trot, they kept on pressing, the horse taking the trot, the gallop, the run, and the trooper, alas, the dust. Again they had the reins too long, and instead of holding on by the flat of the thighs with their feet parallel to the horse, we see them making all sorts of angles. But that gallery, how I used to wish it wasn't there. The very sight of a lady under such circumstances is most embarrassing. Fair ones, why will you thus torture the yearlings by your at other times so desirable presence? The fourth class have pure mathematics and algebra daily from 8 to 11 A.M., and French also daily from 2 to 4 P.M. Beginning on October 15th, or as near that time as practicable, they have fencing, and the use of the bayonet and small sword. During the month of September, cadets of all classes or the battalion are instructed in the infantry tactics in the school of the battalion. Near the end of the month it is customary to excuse the officers of the first class from these drills, and to detail privates to perform their duties for one drill only at a time. The other classes are in ranks, or the line of file closers, according as they are sergeants, guides, or privates. During October, the several classes receive practical instruction as follows: the first class in military engineering, the manner of making and recording the details of a military reconnoissance and field sketching; the second class in siege and seacoast artillery, and military signaling and telegraphy. The class is divided into two parts, composed of the odd and even numbers, which attend drills on alternate days, that is, artillery one day and signaling the next; the third class in light or field artillery, and the theory and principles of target practice. Sometimes this latter is given during camp, as is most convenient. Sometimes also they receive instruction in ordnance. This, however, is generally deferred till they become first classmen. For further instruction of the first class, the following part of the personnel of a light battery is detailed from that class, viz., 3 chiefs of platoon, 1 chief of caissons, 1 guidon, and 6 chiefs of section. Each member of the class is detailed for each of these offices in his proper order. The fourth class receives instruction in field artillery at the foot batteries. This instruction is limited to the nomenclature and manual of the piece. Here, also, to assist the instructor, a chief of piece for each piece is detailed. They are required to correct all errors made by the plebes, and sometimes even to drill them. Hence, a knowledge of tactics is indispensable, and the means of fixing such knowledge in the mind is afforded. Sometimes also 2 first classmen are required to assist at the siege or seacoast batteries. Every day throughout the year a guard is mounted. It consists of 2 officers of the guard, sometimes only 1 sergeant, 3 corporals or more, and 24 privates, sometimes also 18 or 21 in camp, and 27 in barracks. Every day also there is one officer of the day detailed from the first class. The weather permitting, we have dress parade daily. When unfavorable, on account of snow, rain, or severe cold, we have undress parade, that is, parade without arms, and in undress or fatigue uniform, the object being to get us all together to publish the orders, etc., for the morrow. After November 1st we usually have undress parade, and then supper mess parade. Between these two ceremonies the cadets amuse themselves at the gymnasium, dancing, or skating, or spooneying, or at the library. Generally, I think, the upper classmen at any rate, at the library. After supper we have recreation and then study. And thus we live and do till January. The semi-annual examination begins January 1st, or as soon thereafter as practicable. The plebes are examined first and started in their new studies as soon as possible. After the plebes, the other classes are examined in the order of their rank, that is, first class, second class, and third class, and of the importance of their studies, engineering being first, then philosophy and mathematics, etc. The examination being over, the deficient ones, after receiving orders from the Secretary of War, are dismissed. Studies are then resumed as follows: for the first class, military engineering, ordnance and gunnery, constitutional law, military law, rules of evidence, practice of courts martial, mineralogy and geology, strategy and grand tactics, and the throwing and dismantling of pontoon bridges. For the second class, acoustics and optics, astronomy, analytical mechanics in review, infantry, artillery, and cavalry tactics, drawing, writing, and signaling. For the third class, calculus, surveying, geometry, and writing. Immediately after the examination the entire third class receive instruction in mechanical drawing before they begin their other mathematical studies. For the fourth class, the studies are plane geometry, trigonometry, descriptive geometry, and fencing, including the use of the small sword, broadsword, and bayonet. Parades, guard duty, etc., remain as previously described until about the middle of March, usually. At that time the ordinary routine of drills, dress parades, etc., is resumed, but drills in this order, viz., from March 15th to April 1st, instruction in the school of the company. In artillery tactics, as before described, during April, and in infantry tactics, in the school of the battalion, during May. The annual examination takes place in June. The following diary, made for the purpose of insertion here, will best explain what generally occurs during the month. Memoranda: Thursday, June 1, 1876. Resumed white pants at 5:10 P.M. Received Board of Visitors by a review at 5:10 P.M. Examination begun at 9 A.M. First class, engineering. Salute of 15 guns at meridian to Board of Visitors. Friday, June 2. First class, engineering finished. Second class, philosophy commenced. Siege battery drill at 5:10 P.M. Saturday, June 3. Second class, philosophy continued. Monday, June 5. Light battery at 5:10 P.M. A yearling lost his white continuations. Plebes went to parade. Tuesday, June 6. Fourth class, entire in French. Examination written. Second class, philosophy finished. First class, mineralogy and geology begun. Third class, mathematics begun. Battalion drill at 5:10 P.M. Wednesday, June 7. Second class turned out, marched to Seacoast Battery at 11 A.M. 3 detachments selected. Rest marched back and dismissed. Cavalry drill at 5:10 P.M. 6 second classmen turned out. Plebes put in battalion. Thursday, June 8. Plebes put on guard. Pontoon bridging, 5:10 P.M. Friday, June 9. Battalion skirmish drill, 5:10 P.M. Deployed to front at double time. 2nd, 4th, and 7th Companies reserve. Almost all manoeuvres at double time. Deployed by numbers and charged. Marched in line. Band on right. Broke into column of companies to the left. Changed direction to the right. Obliqued to the left. Moved forward and formed front into line. Faced to the rear. Arms inspected. Ammunition returned. Dismissed. Saturday, June 10. Third class, mathematics finished. Miss Phillips sang to cadets in mess hall after supper. First class, ordnance begun. Sunday, June 11. Graduating sermon by Honorable of Princeton, New Jersey. Closing hymn, "When Shall We Meet Again?" Graduating dinner at 2 P.M. Monday, June 12. Detail from first class to ride in hall. Use of sabre and pistol on horseback. First class, ordnance finished. Law begun. Tuesday, June 13. First class finished. Board divided into committees. Second class, chemistry begun. Graduating parade. Corps cheered by graduates after parade. Hop in evening, also German. Whole continuing till 3 A.M. Rumor has it 2 first classmen, Slocum and Guilfoyle, are found in ordnance and engineering. Wednesday, June 14. Fourth class, mathematics begun. Salute 17 guns at 10 A.M. in honor of arrival at post of General Sherman and Colonel Poe of his staff. Graduating exercises from 11 A.M. till near 1 P.M. Addresses to graduates. Mortar practice and fireworks at night. This ended the gala days at West Point in '76. Thursday, June 15. Usual routine of duties resumed. Company drills in the afternoon from 5:10 to 6:10 P.M. Rather unusual, but we're going to the Centennial. Rumor has it we encamp Saturday, the 17th, for 10 days. Friday, June 16. Don Pedro, emperador de la Brasil, estaba recibido para un review a las 4:45. Él embarcó por la ciudad de Nueva York inmediatamente. Second class, chemistry finished. Third class, French begun. Saturday, June 17. Third class, French finished. Third class, Spanish begun. Camp rumor not true. Monday, June 19. Moved into camp. Aligned tent floors at 5 A.M. in the rain. Required by order to move in effects at 9 A.M. and to march in and pitch tents at 12 P.M. Rained in torrents. Marched in, etc., at 9 A.M. Effects moved in afterwards. Rain ceased by 12 P.M. Marched in. Second class, tactics finished. Third class, Spanish finished. Ordinarily, as soon as the examination is over, the third class take advantage of the 2 months' furlough allowed them, while other classes go into camp. This encampment begins June 17th, or a day or two earlier or later, according to circumstances. This brings me to the end of the first year. I have described camp life and also, I observe, each of the remaining years of cadet life. On July 1st the plebes become the fourth class, the original fourth the third, now on furlough, the second, and the second the first. I have given in an earlier part of my narrative the studies, etc., of these several classes. The plebe or fourth class of the previous year are now become yearlings, and are therefore in their yearling camp. At the end of every month an extract from the class and conduct report of each cadet is sent to his parents or guardian for their information. I insert a copy of one of these monthly reports. United States Military Academy, West Point, New York, March 26, 1875. Extract from the class and conduct reports of the Military Academy for the month of February, 1875, furnished for the information of parents and guardians. Third class, composed of 83 members. Cadet Henry O. Flipper. Was in mathematics, number 48. Was in French, number 48. Was in Spanish, number 37. Was in drawing, number 40. His demerit for the month is 2, and since the commencement of the academic half year, 23. Robert H. Hall, Captain 10th Infantry, Adjutant Military Academy. Regulations for the Military Academy. Paragraph 71. When any cadet shall have a total of numbers of demerit thus recorded exceeding 100 in 6 months, he shall be declared deficient in discipline. Paragraph 153. No cadet shall apply for or receive money or any other supplies from his parents or from any person whomsoever without permission of the superintendent. Note: the attention of parents and guardians is invited to the foregoing regulations. The permission referred to in paragraph 153 must be obtained before the shipment to the cadet of the supplies desired. Tables omitted. End of chapter 6. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 7 of The Colored Cadet at West Point. Autobiography of Lieutenant Henry Ossian Flipper, U.S.A., first graduate of color from the U.S. Military Academy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Colored Cadet at West Point. Autobiography of Lieutenant Henry Ossian Flipper, U.S.A., first graduate of color from the U.S. Military Academy. Chapter 7. Yearling Camp. In this chapter I shall describe only those phases of cadet life which are experienced by yearlings in their yearling camp. Beginning July 5th, or as soon after as practicable, the third class receive practical instruction in the nomenclature and manual of the field piece. This drill continues till August 1st, when they begin the School of the Battery. The class attend dancing daily. Attendance at dancing is optional with that part of the third class called yearlings, and compulsory for the Seps, who of course do not become yearlings till the following September. The third class also receive instruction in the duties of a military laboratory and target practice. These instructions are not always given during camp. They may be given in the autumn or spring. Another delight of the yearling is to bone colors. Immediately in front of camp proper is a narrow path extending entirely across the ground, and known as the color line. On the 1st of August, sometimes before, the color line is established, this name being applied also to the purpose of the color line. This ceremony consists in stacking arms just in rear of the color line, and placing the colors on the 2 stacks nearest the center of the line. From the privates of the guard, 3 are chosen to guard the stacks, and to require every one who crosses the color line or passes within 15 paces of the colors to salute them. These 3 sentinels are known as the colors or color men, and are numbered 1st, 2d, and 3d. Those are chosen who are neatest and most soldier-like in their appearance. Cadets prepare themselves specially for this, and they toss up their guns to the adjutant at guard mounting. This signifies that they intend competing for colors. The adjutant falls them out after the guard has marched to its post and inspects them. Absolute cleanliness is necessary. Any spot of dirt, dust, or anything unclean will often defeat one. Yearlings bone their guns and accoutrements for colors, and sometimes get them every time they toss up. A colorman must use only those equipments issued to him. He cannot borrow those of a man who has boned them up and expect to get colors. Sometimes, but rarely, plebes compete and win. The inducement for this extra labor is simply this: Instead of being on duty 24 hours, color men are relieved from 4 P.M. till 8 A.M. the next day, when they march off. They, of course, enjoy all other privileges given the old guard. Sentinels for the Color Line. The sentinels for the color line will be permitted to go to their tents from the time the stacks are broken till 8 A.M. the following morning, when they will rejoin the guard. They will be excused from marching to meals, but will report to the officer of the guard at the roll call for each meal, and also at tattoo and reveille. From Résumé of Existing Orders, U.S.C.C. It is the yearling who does most of the hazing. Just emerged from his chrysalis state, having the year before received similar treatment at the hands of other yearlings, he retaliates, so to speak, upon the now plebe, and finds in such retaliation his share of enjoyment. The practice, however, is losing ground. The cadets are more generous, and, with few exceptions, never interfere with a plebe. This is certainly an advance in the right direction, for although hazing does comprise some good, it is, notwithstanding, a low practice, one which manliness alone should condemn. None need information and assistance more than plebes, and it is unkind to refuse it. Nay, it is even not humane to refuse it, and also to haze the asker. Such conduct, more than anything else, discourages and disheartens him. It takes from him all desire to do and earn, to study or strive for success. At best, it can be defended only as being effective where regulations are not, viz., in the cases of rough specimens, who now not infrequently manage to win their appointments. Formerly in yearling camp the corporals were all acting sergeants. They were so acting in the absence of the de facto sergeants. These corporals got the idea into their heads that to retain their appointments they had to do a certain amount of skinning, and often skins were more fancied than real. This was a rather sad condition of affairs. Plebes would find their demerits accumulating and become disheartened. It was all due to this unnecessary rigor and being military, which some of the yearling corporals affected. No one bears, or rather did bear, such a reputation as the yearling corporal. As such, he was disliked by everybody, and plebes have frequently fought them for their unmanly treatment. This, however, was. It is no more. We have no yearling corporals, and plebes fare better generally than ever before. Not because all yearling corporals thus subserved their ambition by reporting men for little things that might as well have been overlooked did they get this bad reputation, but rather because with it they coupled the severest hazing and sometimes even insults. That was unmanly as well as mean. Hazing could be endured, but not always insults. Whether for this reason or not, I cannot say. The authorities now appoint the corporals from the second class, men who are more dignified and courteous in their conduct toward all, and especially toward plebes. The advantages of this system are evident. One scarcely appreciates cadet life, if such appreciation is possible, till he becomes a yearling. It is not till in yearling camp that a cadet begins to spoon. Not till then is he permitted to attend the hops, and of course he has but little opportunity to cultivate female society, nor is he expected to do so till then, for to assume any familiarity with the upper classes would be considered rather in advance of his plebesmanship's rights. How then can he is little more than a stranger, become acquainted with the fair ones who either dwell at or are visiting West Point? Indeed, knowing femmes are quite as prone to haze as the cadets, and most, unmercifully, cut the unfortunate plebe. Some are also so very haughty, they will admit only first classmen to their acquaintance and favor. But Mr. Plebe, having become a yearling, finds that the "Mr." is dropped, and that he is allowed all necessary familiarity. He then begins to enjoy his cadetship, a position which for pleasure and happiness has untold advantages, for what woman can resist those glorious buttons? A yearling has another advantage. The furlough class is absent, and the plebes, well, they are plebes. Sufficient, isn't it? The spooneying must all be done, then, by the first and third classes. Often a great number of the first class are bachelors, or not inclined to be spoony, and that duty then of course devolves on the more gallant part of that class and the yearlings. The hop managers of the third class have been mentioned elsewhere. They enjoy peculiar facilities for pleasure, and, where a good selection has been made, do much to dispel the monotony of academic military life. Indeed, they do very much toward inducing others to cultivate a high sense of gallantry and respect for women. The refining influence of female society has greater play, and its good results are inevitable. But what a wretched existence was mine when all this was denied me! One would be unwilling to believe I had not, from October, 1875, till May, 1876, spoken to a female of any age, and yet it was so. There was no society for me to enjoy, no friends, male or female, for me to visit, or with whom I could have any social intercourse, so absolute was my isolation. Indeed, I had friends who often visited me, but they did so only when the weather was favorable. In the winter season, when nature, usually so attractive, presented nothing to amuse or dispel one's gloom, and when therefore something or some one suited for that purpose was so desirable, no one of course visited me. But I will not murmur. I suppose this was but another constituent of that mechanical mixture of ills and anxieties and suspense that characterized my cadet life. At any rate, I can console myself in my victory over prejudice, whether that victory be admitted or not. I know I have so lived that they could find in me no fault different from those at least common to themselves, and have thus forced upon their consciences a just and merited recognition whether or not they are disposed to follow conscience and openly accept my claim to their brotherly love. Footnote: I could and did have a pleasant chat every day, more or less, with Bentz the bugler, the tailor, barber, commissary clerk, the policeman who scrubbed out my room and brought around the mail, the treasurer's clerk, cadets occasionally, and others. The statement made in some of the newspapers, that from one year's end to another I never heard the sound of my own voice, except in the recitation room, is thus seen to be untrue. End of footnote. End of chapter 7. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 8 of the Colored Cadet at West Point. Autobiography of Lieutenant Henry Ossian Flipper, U.S.A., first graduate of color from the U.S. Military Academy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Colored Cadet at West Point. Autobiography of Lieutenant Henry Ossian Flipper, U.S.A., first graduate of color from the U.S. Military Academy. Chapter 8. First Class Camp. It is a common saying among cadets that first class camp is just like furlough. I rather think the assertion is an inheritance from former days, and the cadets of those days, for the similarity at present between first class camp and furlough is beyond our conception. There is none, or if any it is chimerical, depending entirely on circumstances. In the case of a small class it would be greater than in that of a large one. For instance, in train drill a certain number of men are required, no more are necessary. It would be inexpedient to employ a whole class when the class had more men in it than were required for the drill. In such cases the supernumeraries are instructed in something else, and alternate with those who attend train drill. In the case of a small class all attend the same drill daily, and that other duty or drill is reserved for autumn. Thus there is less drill in camp, and it becomes more like furlough when there is none at all. Again, first classmen enjoy more privileges than others, and for this reason their camp is more like furlough. If, however, there are numerous drills, the analogy will fail. For how can duty, drills, etc., coexist with privileges such as first class privileges?
Time which otherwise would be devoted to enjoyment of privileges is now consumed in drills. Still, there is much in it which makes first class camp the most delightful part of a cadet's life. There are more privileges. The duties are lighter and more attractive, and make it withal more enjoyable. First, members of the class attend drill both as assistants and as students. They are detailed as chiefs of platoon, chiefs of section, chiefs of caissons, and as guidons at the light battery, as chiefs of pieces at the several foot batteries, attend themselves at the siege or sea-coast batteries, train drill, pontoon drill, engineering, ordnance, and astronomy, and they are also detailed as officers of the guard. These duties are generally not very difficult nor unpleasant to discharge. Second, from the nature of the privileges allowed first classmen, they have more opportunity for pleasure than other cadets, and therefore avoid the rather serious consequences of their monotonous academic military life. A solitary monotonous life is rather apt to engender a dislike for mankind, and no high sense of honor or respect for women. I deem these privileges of especial importance, as they enable one to avoid that danger and to cultivate the highest possible regard for women, and those virtues and other Christian attributes of which they are the better exponents. A soldier is particularly liable to fall into this sans souci way of looking at life, and those to whom its pleasures, as well as its ills, are largely due. We are indebted to our fellows for everything which affects our life as regards its happiness or unhappiness, and this latter misfortune will rarely be ours if we properly appreciate our friends and those who can and will make life less wretched. To shut one's self up in one's self is merely to trust, or rather to set up, one's own judgment as superior to the world's. That cannot be, nor can there be happiness in such false views of our organization as being of and for each other. At this point of the course, many of the first class have attained their majority. They are men, and in 1 year more will be officers of the army. It becomes them, therefore, to lay aside the ordinary student's rôle, and assume a more dignified one more in conformity with their age and position. They leave all cadet rôles, etc., to the younger classes, and put on the proper dignity of men. There are for them more privileges. They are more independent, more like men, and consequently they find another kind of enjoyment in camp than that of the cadet. It is a general, a proper, a rational sort of pleasure, such as one would enjoy at home among relatives or friends, and hence the similarity between first class camp and furlough. But it is not thus with all first classmen. Many, indeed the majority, are cadets till they graduate. They see everything as a cadet, enjoy everything as a cadet, and find the duties, etc., of first class camp as irksome as those of plebe or yearling camp. Of course, such men see no similarity between first class camp and furlough. It is their misfortune. We should enjoy as many things as we can, and not sorrow over them. We should not make our life one of sorrow when it could as well be one of comfort and pleasure. I don't mean comfort and pleasure in an Epicurean sense, but in a moral one. Still, first classmen do have many duties to perform, but there is withal one consolation at least. There are no upper classmen to keep the plebe or yearling in his place. There is no feeling of humbleness because of junior rank, for the first class is the first in rank, and therefore need humble itself to none other than the proper authorities. Again, their honor, as cadets and gentlemen, is relied upon as surety for obedience and regard for regulations. They are not subject to constant watching as plebes are. The rigor of discipline is not so severe upon them as upon others. It was expended upon them during their earlier years at the Academy, and as a natural consequence any violation of regulations, etc., by a first classman merits and receives a severer punishment than would be visited upon a junior classman for a like infringement on his part. The duties of first classmen in first class camp are as follows. The officer of the day and 2 officers of the guard are detailed each day from the class. Their duties are precisely those of similar officers in the regular army. The junior officer of the guard daily reports to the observatory to find the error of the tower clock. Also, each day are detailed the necessary assistants for the several light batteries, who are on foot or mounted, as the case may require. The remainder of the class receive instructions in the service of the siege and seacoast artillery. These drills come in the early forenoon. After them come ordnance and engineering. The entire class is divided as equally as may be into two parts, which alternate in attendance at ordnance and engineering. In ordnance, the instructions are on the preparation of military fireworks, fixing of ammunition and packing it, the battery wagon and forge. This instruction is thoroughly practical. The cadets make the cases for rockets, paper shells, etc., and fill them, leaving them ready for immediate use. The stands of fixed ammunition prepared are the grape and canister, and shell and shot with their sabots. The battery wagon and forge are packed as prescribed in the ordnance manual. The instructions in engineering are also practical and military. They are in the modes of throwing and dismantling pontoon bridges, construction of fascines, gabions, hurdles, etc., and revetting batteries with them. Sometimes also during camp, more often after, foot reconnaissances are made. A morning and night detail is made daily from the class to receive practical instruction in astronomy in the field observatory. Night signaling with torches and telegraphy by day form other sources of instruction for the first class. Telegraphy, or train drill, as the drill is called, consists in erecting the telegraph line and opening communication between two stations, and when this is done, in communicating so as to acquire a practical knowledge of the instruments and their use. These various drills, all of them occurring daily, Sunday of course excepted, and for part of them Saturday also, complete the course of instruction given the first class only during their first class camp. It will be observed that they, all of them, are of a military nature and of the greatest importance. The instruction is thorough accordingly. I have sufficiently described, I think, a cadet's first class camp. I shall, therefore, close the chapter here. End of chapter 8. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 9 of The Colored Cadet at West Point. Autobiography of Lieutenant Henry Ossian Flipper, U.S.A., first graduate of color from the U.S. Military Academy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Colored Cadet at West Point. Autobiography of Lieutenant Henry Ossian Flipper, U.S.A., first graduate of color from the U.S. Military Academy. Chapter 9. Our Future Heroes. The West Point Cadets' Vacation. 10 days of centennial sport for prospective warriors, the miseries of 300 young gentlemen who are limited to 10 pairs of white trousers each. Almost at the foot of George's Hill, and not far to the westward of Machinery Hall, is the camp of the West Point Cadets. From morning till night, the domestic economy of the 300 young gentlemen who compose the corps is closely watched, and their guard mountings and dress parades attract throngs of spectators. It would be hard to find anywhere a body of young men so manly in appearance, so perfect in discipline, and so soldier-like and intelligent. The system of competitive examination for admission, so largely adopted within the past few years in many of our large cities, has resulted in recruiting the corps with lads of bright intellect and more than ordinary attainments, while the strict physical examination has rigorously excluded all but those of good form and perfect health. The competitive system has also given to the Academy students who want to learn, instead of lads who are content to scramble through the prescribed course as best they can, escaping the disgrace of being found, a cadet term equivalent to the old college word "plucked," by nearly a hair's breadth. The camp. The camp is laid out in regulation style, and has 4 company streets. Near the western limit of the Centennial grounds are the tents of the commandant and the cadet captains and lieutenants. Below, on a gentle incline, are the wall tents, occupied by the cadets. Each of these has a board floor, and it is so arranged that, when desired, it may be thrown open on all sides. From 2 to 4 narrow iron cots, a bucket for water, an occasional chair, and now and then a mirror, comprise the furniture. But scanty as it is, every article of this little outfit has a place, and must be kept in it, or woe to the unlucky wight upon whom the duty of housekeeping devolves for the day. The bucket must stand on the left-hand side of the tent, in front. The beds must be made at a certain hour, and in a certain style, for the coming heroes of America have to be their own chambermaids, while valises and other baggage must be stowed away in as orderly a way as possible. Every morning the tents are inspected, and any lack of neatness or order insures for the chambermaid of the day a misconduct mark. It may be easily conceived that, under a regime so strict as this, the cadets are particularly careful as to their quarters, inasmuch as 100 of these marks mean dismissal from the academy. At daybreak the reveille sounds, and the cadets turn out for roll call. Then come breakfast, guard mounting, and camp and general police duty, which consume the time until 8:30 A.M., from which hour those who are not on guard have the freedom of the Centennial grounds. At 5 P.M. they must fall in for dress parade. At 9 they answer to tattoo roll call, and a few minutes later taps or lights out consigns them to darkness and quiet. West Point aristocracy. Small as is this corps, it is still patent that the distinction of caste is very strong. A first classman (cadet officers are selected from this class) looks down upon lower grade men, while second class cadets view their juniors with something nearly allied to contempt, and third classmen are amusingly patronizing in their treatment of plebes or newcomers. For the first year of their academy life the plebes have rather a hard time of it, but no sooner do they emerge from their chrysalis state than they are as hard upon their unfortunate successors as the third classmen of the year before were upon them. The cadets are delighted with their reception and kind treatment in Philadelphia, and look upon their 10 days' visit to the Centennial as a most pleasant break in the monotony of academy life. That they maintain the reputation of the academy for gallantry and devotion to the fair sex is evidenced by the presence of numbers of beautiful young ladies in their camp after dress parade every evening. Given a pretty girl, the twilight of a summer evening, and a youth in uniform, and the result is easily guessed. The cadet corps is to return to West Point to morrow morning. There the cadets are to go into camp until September. General Sherman at one time proposed to have them march from this city to the academy, but it was finally decided that the march would consume time which might be more profitably devoted to drill. One of the complaints of the cadets is that in the arrangements for their visit the quartermaster's department was stricken with a spasm of economy as regarded transportation, and each of the future heroes was limited to the miserably insufficient allowance of 10 pairs of white trousers. The cadets speak in warmly eulogistic terms of the 7th New York, to whose kindly attentions, they say, much of their pleasure is due. Of this article, which was taken from the Philadelphia Times, I need only say, those 2 or 4 narrow iron cots, and that occasional chair, existed solely in the imagination of the reporter, as they were nowhere visible within the limits of our encampment. End of Chapter 9. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 10, Part 1 of The Colored Cadet at West Point. Autobiography of Lieutenant Henry Ossian Flipper, U.S.A., first graduate of color from the U.S. Military Academy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Colored Cadet at West Point. Autobiography of Lieutenant Henry Ossian Flipper, U.S.A., first graduate of color from the U.S. Military Academy. Chapter 10, Part 1. Treatment. A brave and honorable and courteous man will not insult me, and none other can. Cooper. How do they treat you? How do you get along?
and multitudes of analogous questions have been asked me over and over again. Many have asked them for mere curiosity's sake, and to all such my answers have been as short and abrupt as was consistent with common politeness. I have observed that it is this class of people who start rumors, sometimes harmless, but more often the cause of needless trouble and ill feeling. I have considered such a class dangerous, and have therefore avoided them as much as it was possible. I will mention a single instance where such danger has been made manifest. A Democratic newspaper, published I know not where, in summing up the faults of the Republican party, took occasion to advert to West Point. It asserted in bold characters that I had stolen a number of articles from 2 cadets, had by them been detected in the very act, had been seen by several other cadets who had been summoned for the purpose that they might testify against me, had been reported to the proper authorities, the affair had been thoroughly investigated by them, my guilt established beyond the possibility of doubt, and yet my accusers had actually been dismissed while I was retained. This is cited as an example of Republican rule, and the writer had the effrontery to ask, "How long shall such things be?" I did not reply to it then, nor do I intend to do so now. Such assertions from such sources need no replies. I merely mention the incident to show how wholly given to party prejudices some men can be. They seem to have no thought of right and justice, but favor whatever promotes the aims and interests of their own party, a party not democratic, but hellish. Footnote: This article was cut from a newspaper, and, together with the name of the paper, was posted in a conspicuous place, where other cadets, as well as myself, saw and read it. End of footnote. How different is the following article from the Philadelphia North American of July 7th, 1876. It is very little to the credit of the West Point cadets, a body of young men in whose superior discipline and thoroughly excellent deportment we feel in common with nearly all others a gratified pride, that they should be so ungenerous and unjust as they confess themselves to be in their treatment of the colored boy, who, like themselves, has been made a ward of the nation. We know nothing of this young man's personal character or habits, but we have seen no unkind criticism of them. For that reason we condemn as beneath contempt the spirit which drives him to an isolation, in bearing which the black shows himself the superior of the white. We do not ask nor do we care to encourage anything more than decent courtesy. But the young gentlemen who boast of holding only official intercourse with their comrade should remember that no one of them stands before the country in any different light from him. West Point is an academy for the training of young men, presumably representative of the people, for a career sufficiently honorable to gratify any ambition. The cadets come from all parts of the country, from all ranks of the social scale. Amalgamated by the uniform course of studies and the similarity of discipline, the separating fragments at the end of the student life carry similar qualities into the life before them, and step with almost remarkable social equality into the world where they must find their level. It would be expecting too much to hope that the companionship which surmounts or breaks down all the barriers of caste should tread with equal heel the prejudices of color. But it would be more manly in these boys if they would remember how easy ordinary courtesy would be to them, how much it would lighten the life of a young man whose rights are equal to their own. It is useless to ignore the inevitable. This colored boy has his place. He should have fair encouragement to hold it. Heaping neglect upon him does not overcome the principle involved in his appointment, and while we by no means approve of such appointments, we do believe in common justice. On the other hand, many have desired this information for a practical use, and that, too, whether they were prejudiced or not. That is, if friends, they were anxious to know how I fared, whether or not I was to be a success, and if a success, to use that fact in the interest of the people; and if enemies, they wanted naturally to know the same things, in order to use the knowledge to the injury of the people if I proved a failure. I have not always been able to distinguish one class from the other, and have therefore been quite reticent about my life and treatment at West Point. I have, too, avoided the newspapers as much as possible. I succeeded in this so well that it was scarcely known that I was at the Academy. Much surprise was manifested when I appeared in Philadelphia at the Centennial. One gentleman said to me in the Government Building, "You are quite an exhibition yourself. No one was expecting to see a colored cadet." But I wander from my theme. It is a remarkable fact that the new cadets, in only a very few instances, show any unwillingness to speak or fraternize. It is not till they come in contact with the rougher elements of the corps that they manifest any disposition to avoid one. It was so in my own class, and has been so in all succeeding classes. When I was a plebe, those of us who lived on the same floor of barracks visited each other, borrowed books, heard each other recite when preparing for examination, and were really on most intimate terms. But alas, in less than a month they learned to call me "nigger," and ceased altogether to visit me. We did the point together, shared with each other whatever we purchased at the Sulter's, and knew not what prejudice was. Alas, we were soon to be informed. In camp, brought into close contact with the old cadets, these once friends discovered that they were prejudiced, and learned to abhor even the presence or sight of a nigger. Just 2 years after my entrance into the Academy, I met in New York a young man who was a plebe at the time I was, and who then associated with me. He recognized me, hurried to me from across the street, shook my hand heartily, and expressed great delight at seeing me. He showed me the photograph of a classmate, told me where I could find him, evidently ignorant of my ostracism, and wishing me all sorts of success, took his leave. After he left me I involuntarily asked myself, would it have been thus if he had not been found on his prelim? Possibly not, but it is very, very doubtful. There are some, indeed the majority of the corps are such, who treat me on all occasions with proper politeness. They are gentlemen themselves, and treat others as it becomes gentlemen to do. They do not associate, nor do they speak other than officially, except in a few cases. They are, perhaps, as much prejudiced as the others, but prejudice does not prevent all from being gentlemen. On the other hand, there are some from the very lowest classes of our population. They are uncouth and rough in appearance, have only a rudimentary education, have little or no idea of courtesy, use the very worst language, and, in most cases, are much inferior to the average negro. What can be expected of such people? They are low, and their conduct must be in keeping with their breeding. I am not at all surprised to find it so. Indeed, in ordinary civil life, I should consider such people beneath me in the social scale, should even reckon some of them as roughs, and consequently give them a wide berth. What surprises me most is the control this class seems to have over the other. It is in this class I have observed most prejudice, and from it, or rather by it, the other becomes tainted. It seems to rule the corps by fear. Indeed, I know there are many who would associate, who would treat me as a brother cadet, were they not held in constant dread of this class. The bullies, the fighting men of the corps, are in it. It rules by fear, and whoever disobeys its beck is cut. The rest of the corps follows, like so many menials subject to command. In short, there is a fearful lack of backbone. There is, it seems at first sight, more prejudice at West Point than elsewhere. It is not really so, I think. The officers of the institution have never, so far as I can say, shown any prejudice at all. They have treated me with uniform courtesy and impartiality. The cadets, at least some of them, away from West Point, have also treated me with such gentlemanly propriety. The want of backbone predominates to such an alarming extent at West Point, they are afraid to do so there. I will mention a few cases under this subject of treatment. During my first class camp I was rather surprised on one occasion to have a plebe, We had been to the Centennial Exhibition and returned, and of course my status must have been known to him, come to my tent to borrow ink of me. I readily complied with his request, feeling proud of what I thought was the beginning of a new era in my cadet life. I felt he would surely prove himself manly enough, after thus recognizing me, to keep it up, and thus bring others under his influence to the same cause. And I was still further assured in this when I observed he made his visits frequent and open. At length, sure of my willingness to oblige him, he came to me, and, after expressing a desire to bone up a part of the fourth class course, and the need he felt for such boning, begged me to lend him my algebra. I of course readily consented, gave him my key, and sent him to my trunk in the trunk rooms to get it. He went, he got it, and returned the key. He went into ecstasies, and made no end of thanks to me for my kindness, etc. All this naturally confirmed my opinion and hope of better recognition ultimately. Indeed, I was glad of an opportunity to prove that I was not unkind or ungenerous. I supposed he would keep the book till about September, at which time he would get one of his own, as every cadet at that time was required to procure a full course of text books, these being necessary for reference, etc., in future life. And so he did. Some time after borrowing the book, he came to me and asked for India ink. I handed him a stick, or rather part of one, and received as usual his many thanks. Several days after this, and at night, during my absence, I was, if I remember aright, at Fort Clinton, making a series of observations with a zenith telescope in the observatory there. He came to the rear of my tent, raised the wall near one corner, and placed the ink on the floor, just inside the wall, which he left down as he found it. I found the ink there when I returned. I was utterly disgusted with the man. The low, unmanly way in which he acted was wholly without my approval. If he was disposed to be friendly, why be cowardly about it? If he must recognize me secretly, why I would rather not have such recognition. Acting a lie to his fellow cadets by appearing to be inimical to me and my interests, while he pretended the reverse to me, proved him to have a baseness of character with which I didn't care to identify myself. September came at last, and my algebra was returned. The book was the one I had used my first year at the Academy. I had preserved it, as I have all of my books, for future use and as a sort of souvenir of my cadet life. It was for that sole reason of great value to me. I enjoined upon him to take care of the book and in no wise to injure it. My name was on the back, on the cover, and my initial, F, in two other places on the cover. When the book was returned, he had cut the calfskin from the cover, so as to remove my name. The result was a horrible disfiguration of the book and a serious impairment of its durability. The mere sight of the book angered me, and I found it difficult to refrain from manifesting as much. He undoubtedly did it to conceal the fact that the book was borrowed from me. Such unmanliness, such cowardice, such baseness even, was most disgusting, and I felt very much as if I would like to well, I don't know that I would. There was no reason at all for mutilating the book. If he was not man enough to use it with my name on it, why did he borrow it and agree not to injure it? On that sole condition I lent it. Why did he not borrow some one else's and return mine? I have been asked, what is the general feeling of the corps towards you? Is it a kindly one, or is it an unfriendly one? Do they purposely ill treat you, or do they avoid you merely? I have found it rather difficult to answer unqualifiedly such questions, and yet I believe, and have always believed, that the general feeling of the corps towards me was a kindly one. This has been manifested in multitudes of ways, on innumerable occasions, and under the most various circumstances. And while there are some who treat me at times in an unbecoming manner, the majority of the corps have ever treated me as I would desire to be treated. I mean, of course, by this assertion, that they have treated me as I expected and really desired them to treat me, so long as they were prejudiced. They have held certain opinions, more or less, prejudicial to me and my interests, but so long as they have not exercised their theories to my displeasure or discomfort, or so long as they have let me severely alone, I had no just reason for complaint. Again, others who have no theory of their own and almost no manliness, have been accustomed to pick quarrels, or to endeavor to do so, to satisfy I don't know what. And while they have had no real opinions of their own, they have not respected those of others. Their feeling toward me has been anything but one of justice, and yet at times even they have shown a remarkable tendency to recognize me as having certain rights entitled to their respect, if not their appreciation. As I have been practically isolated from the cadets, I have had little or no intercourse with them. I have, therefore, had but little chance to know what was really the feeling of the corps as a unit toward myself. Judging, however, from such evidences as I have, I am forced to conclude that it is as given above, viz., a feeling of kindness, restrained kindness, if you please. Here are some of the evidences which have come under my notice. I once heard a cadet make the following unchristian remark about myself when a classmate had been accidentally hurt at light battery drill: "I wish it had been the nigger, and it had killed him." I couldn't help looking at him, and I did but that and nothing more. Some time after this, at cavalry drill, we were side by side, and I had a rather vicious horse, one in fact which I could not manage. He gave a sudden jump unexpectedly to me. I almost lost my seat in the saddle. This cadet seized me by the arm, and in a tone of voice that was evidently kind and generous, said to me, "For heaven's sake, be careful. You'll be thrown and get hurt if you don't." How different from that other wish given above. Another evidence, and an important one, may be given in these words. It is customary for the senior, or, as we say, the first class, to choose each member a horse, and ride him exclusively during the term. The choice is usually made by lot, and each man chooses according to the number he draws. By remarkable good fortune I drew number 1, and had therefore the first choice of all the horses in the stables. As soon as the numbers drawn were published, several classmates hastened to me for the purpose of effecting an exchange of choice. It will at once be seen that any such change would in no manner benefit me, for if I lost the first choice I might also lose the chance of selecting a good horse. With the avowed intention of proving that I had at least a generous disposition, and also that I was not disposed to consider, in my reciprocal relations with the cadets, how I had been, and was even then treated by them, I consented to exchange my first choice for the 14th. This agreement was made with the first that asked for an exchange. Several others came, and, when informed of the previous agreement, of course went their way. A day or two after this, a number of cadets were discussing the choice of horses, etc., and reverted to the exchange which I had made. One of them suggested that if an exchange of a choice higher than 14 were suggested to me, I might accept it. What an idea he must have had of my character to suppose me base enough to disregard an agreement I had already made. However, all in the crowd were not as base as he was, and one of them was man enough to say: "Oh no, that would be imposing upon Mr. Flipper's good nature." He went on to show how ungentlemanly and unbecoming in a cadet and gentleman such an act would be. The idea was abandoned, or at least was never broached to me, and if it had been, I would never have entertained it. Such an act on the part of the cadet could have arisen only from a high sense of manly honor or from a feeling of kindness. There are multitudes of little acts of kindness similar to these, and even different ones. I need not, indeed as I do not remember them all, I cannot, mention them all. They all show, however, that the cadets are not avowedly inclined to ill treat me, but rather to assist me to make my life under the circumstances as pleasant as can be. And there may be outside influences, such as relatives or friends, which bias their own better judgments and keep them from fully and openly recognizing me. For however hard either way may be, It is far easier to do as friends wish than as conscience may dictate, when conscience and friends differ. Under such conditions it would manifestly be unjust for me to expect recognition of them, even though they themselves were disposed to make it. I am sure this is at least a Christian view of the case, and with such view I have ever kept aloof from the cadets. I have not obtruded myself upon them, nor in any way attempted to force recognition from them. This has proved itself to be by far the better way, and I don't think it could well be otherwise. The one principle which has controlled my conduct while a cadet, and which is apparent throughout my narrative, is briefly this: to find, if possible, for every insult or other offense, a reason or motive which is consistent with the character of a gentleman. Whenever I have been insulted, or any thing has been done or said to me which might have that construction, I have endeavored to find some excuse, some reason for it, which was not founded on prejudice or on baseness of character, or any other ungentlemanly attribute; or, in other words, I wanted to prove that it was not done because of my color. If I could find such a reason, and I have found them, I have been disposed not only to overlook the offense, but to forgive and forget it. Thus there are many cadets who would associate, etc., were they not restrained by the force of opinion of relatives and friends. This cringing dependence, this vassalage, this mesmerism we may call it, we all know exists. Why, many a cadet has openly confessed to me that he did not recognize us because he was afraid of being cut. Again, I find some too high toned, too punctilious, to recognize me. I attribute this not to the loftiness of their highnesses, nor to prejudice, but to the depth of their ignorance, and of course I forgive and forget. Others again are so reckless, so "don't care" disposed, that they treat me as fancy dictates, now friendly, now vacillating, and now inimical. With these I simply do as the Romans do. If they are friendly, so am I. If they scorn me, I do not obtrude myself upon them. If they are indifferent, I am indifferent too. There is a rather remarkable case under this subject which has caused me no little surprise and disappointment. I refer to those cadets appointed by colored members of Congress. It was quite natural to expect of them better treatment than of others, and yet if in any thing at all they differed from the former, they were the more reserved and discourteous. They most severely let me alone. They never associated, nor did they speak, except officially, and then they always spoke in a haughty and insolent manner that was to me most exasperating. And in one case in particular was this so. One of those so appointed was the son of the colored congressman who sent him there, and from him at least good treatment was reasonably expected. There have been only 2 such appointments to my knowledge, and it is a singular fact that they were both overbearing, conceited, and by no means popular with their comrades. The status of one was but little better than my own, and only in that his comrades would speak and associate. He was not cut, but avoided as much as possible without making the offense too patent. There was a cadet in the corps with myself who invariably dropped his head whenever our eyes met. His complexion was anything but white, his features were rough and homely, and his person almost entirely without symmetry or beauty. From this singular circumstance and his physique, I draw the conclusion that he was more African than Anglo Saxon. Indeed, I once heard as much insinuated by a fellow cadet, to whom his reply was, "It's an honor to be black." Near the close of this chapter I have occasion to speak of fear. There I mean by fear a sort of shrinking demeanor or disposition to accept insults and other petty persecutions as just dues, or to leave them unpunished from actual cowardice, to which fear some have been pleased to attribute my generally good treatment. This latter fact has been by many, to my personal knowledge, attributed to fear in another quarter, viz., in the cadets themselves. It has many times been said to me by persons at West Point and elsewhere, "I don't suppose many of those fellows would care to encounter you." This idea was doubtless founded upon my physical proportions. I am 6 feet 1¾ inches high, and weigh 175 pounds. In behalf of the corps of cadets, I would disclaim any such notions of fear. First, because the conception of the idea is not logical, I was not the tallest, nor yet the largest man in the corps, nor even did I give any evidence of a disposition to fight or bully others. Second, because I did not come to West Point purposely to go through on my muscle. I am not a fighting character, as the cadets, those who know me, can well testify. Third, because it is ungenerous to attribute what can result from man's better nature only to such base causes as fear or cowardice. This seems to be about the only way in which many have endeavored to explain the difference between my life at West Point and that of other colored cadets. They seem to think that my physique inspired a sort of fear in the cadets and forced them at least to let me alone, while the former ones, smaller in size, did therefore create no such fear until by persistent retaliation it was shown they were able to defend themselves. Now this, I think, is the most shallow of all reasoning, and entirely unworthy our further notice. Fourth, I should be grieved to suppose any one feared me. It is not my desire to go through life feared by any one. I can derive no pleasure from anything which is accorded me through motives of fear. The grant must be spontaneous and voluntary to give me the most pleasure. I want nothing, not even recognition, unless it be freely given, hence have I not forced myself upon my comrades. But the sensible Flipper accepted the situation, and proudly refused to intrude himself on the white boys. Atlanta, Georgia, Herald. Fifth, because it is incompatible with the dignity of a cadet and a gentleman for one to fear another. Sixth, because it is positively absurd to suppose that one man of 300, more or less, would be feared by the rest individually and collectively, and no rational being would for an instant entertain any such idea. There is, however, a single case which may imply fear on the part of the cadet most concerned. A number of plebes, among them a colored one, were standing on the stoop of barracks. There were also several cadets standing in the doorway, and a sentinel was posted in the hall. This latter individual went up to one of the cadets and said to him, "Make that nigger out there get his hands around," referring to this plebe mentioned above. I happened to come down stairs just at that time, and as soon as he uttered those words he turned and saw me. He hung his head, and in a cowardly manner sneaked off, while the cadets in the door also dispersed with lowered heads. Was it fear? Verily I know not. Possibly it was shame. Again I recall a rather peculiar circumstance which will perhaps sustain this notion of fear on the part of the cadets. I have on every occasion when I had command over my fellow cadets in any degree, noticed that they were generally more orderly and more obedient than when this authority was exercised by another. Thus, whenever I commanded the guard, there were very few reports for offenses committed by members of the guard. They have ever been obedient and military. In camp, when I was first in command of the guard, I had a most orderly guard and a very pleasant tour, and that too, observe, while some of the members of it were plebes and on for the first time. On all such occasions it is an immemorial custom for the yearlings to interfere with and haze the plebe sentinels. Not a sentinel was disturbed, not a thing went amiss. And why? Manifestly because it was thought, and rightly too, that I would not connive at such interference, and because they feared to attempt it, lest they be watched and reported. Later, however, even this semblance of fear disappeared, and they acted under me precisely as they do under others, because they are convinced that I will not stoop to spy or retaliate. The boys were rather afraid that when he should come to hold the position as officer of the guard, that he would swagger over them, but he showed good sense and taste, merely assuming the rank formally and leaving his junior to carry out the duty. New York Herald. And just here it is worthy of notice that the press, in commenting upon my chances of graduating, has never, so far as I know, entertained any doubts of my ability to do so. It has, on the contrary, expressed the belief that the probability of my graduating depended upon the officers of the Academy, and upon any others who, by influence or otherwise, were connected with the Academy. Some have even hinted at politics as a possible ground upon which they might drop me. All such opinions have been created and nurtured by the hostile portion of the press, and, I regret to say, by that part also which ought to have been more friendly, if not more discreet. No branch of the government is freer from the influences and whims of politicians than the National Military Academy. Scarcely any paper has considered how the chances of any cadet depended upon himself alone. The authorities of the Academy are, or have been, officers of the army. They are, with one or two exceptions, graduates, and therefore, presumably, officers and gentlemen. To transform young men into a like ilk as themselves is their duty. The country entrusts them with this great responsibility. To prove faithless to such a charge would be to risk position, and even those dearer attributes of the soldier, honor and reputation. They would not dare ill treat a colored cadet, or a white one. Of course, the prejudice of race is not yet overcome entirely, and possibly they may be led into some indiscretion on account of it, but I do not think it would be different at any other college in the country. It is natural. End of Chapter 10, Part 1. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 10, Part 2. Of the Colored Cadet at West Point. Autobiography of Lieutenant Henry Ossian Flipper, U.S.A., first graduate of color from the U.S. Military Academy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Colored Cadet at West Point. Autobiography of Lieutenant Henry Ossian Flipper, U.S.A., first graduate of color from the U.S. Military Academy. Chapter 10, Part 2. Treatment. There are prejudices of caste as well as prejudices of race, and I am most unwilling to believe it possible that any officer would treat with injustice a colored cadet who, in true gentlemanly qualities, intelligence, and assiduousness, equals or excels certain white ones who are treated with perfect equanimity. With me it has not been so. I have been treated as I would wish to be in the majority of cases. There have been, of course, occasions where I've fancied wrong had been done me. I expected to be ill treated. I went to West Point fully convinced that I'd have a rough time of it. Who that has read the many newspaper versions of the treatment of colored cadets, and of Smith in particular, would not have been so convinced? When, therefore, any affront or anything seemingly of that nature was offered me, I have been disposed, naturally I think, to unduly magnify it, because I expected it. This was hasty and unjust, and so I admit now that I am better informed. What was apparently done to incommode or discourage me has been shown to have been done either for my own benefit or for some other purpose, not to my harm. In every single instance I have, after knowing better the reason for such acts, felt obliged to acknowledge the injustice of my fears. At other times I have been agreeably surprised at the kindnesses shown me both by officers and cadets, and have found myself at great loss to reconcile them with acts I had already adjudged as malicious wrongs. I have, too, been particularly careful not to fall into an error, which, I think, has been the cause of misfortune to at least one of the cadets of color. If a cadet affront another, if a white cadet insult a colored one, for instance, the latter can complain to the proper authorities, and, if there be good reason for it, can always get proper redress. This undoubtedly gives the consolation of knowing that the offense will not be repeated, but beyond that I think it a great mistake to have so sought it. A person who constantly complains, even with some show of reason, loses more or less the respect of the authorities, and the offenders, while they refrain from open acts, do nevertheless conduct their petty persecutions in such a manner that
one can shape no charge against them, and consequently finds himself helpless. One must endure these little tortures, the sneer, the shrug of the shoulder, the epithet, the effort to avoid, to disdain, to ignore, and thus suffer. For any of them are, to me at least, far more hard to bear than a blow. A blow I may resist or ignore. In either case I soon forget it, but a sneer, a shrug of the shoulder, mean more. Either is a blow at my sensitiveness, my inner feelings, and which through no ordinary effort of mind can be altogether forgotten. It is a sting that burns long and fiercely. How much better to have ignored the greater offenses which could be reached, and to have thus avoided the lesser ones which nothing can destroy. How much wiser to stand like a vast front of fortification on some rocky moral height, absolutely unassailable, passively resisting alike the attack by open assault and the surer one by regular approaches. The assault can be repulsed, but who can, who has ever successfully stopped the mines and the galleries through which an entrance is at length forced into the interior? We cannot expect the sons to forget the lessons of the sires, but we have a right to demand from the general government the rooting out of all snobbery at West Point, whether it is of that kind which sends poor white boys to Coventry because they haven't a family name or wealth, or whether it be that smallest, meanest, and shallowest of all aristocracies, the one founded upon color. If the government is not able to root out these unrepublican seeds in these hotbeds of disloyalty and snobbery, let Congress shut up the useless and expensive appendages and educate its officers at the colleges of the country, where they may learn lessons in true republican equality and nationality. The remedy lies with Congress. A remonstrance, at least, should be heard from the colored members of Congress, who are insulted whenever a colored boy is ill-treated by the students or the officers of these institutions. So far from being discouraged by defeats, the unjust treatment meted out to the young men should redouble the efforts of others of their class to conquer this new Bastille by storm. It should lead every colored congressman to make sure that he either sends a colored applicant or a white one who has not the seeds of snobbery or caste in his soul. I shall consider this last clause at the end of this chapter, where I shall quote at length the article from which this passage is taken. If I may be pardoned an opinion on this article, I do not think the true remedy lies with Congress at all. I do not question the right to demand of Congress anything, but I do doubt the propriety or need of such a proceeding, of course, in the case under consideration. As to that kind which sends poor white boys to Coventry because of their poverty, etc., I can say, with absolute truthfulness, it no longer exists. When it did exist, the power to discontinue it did not lie with Congress. Congress has no control over personal whims or prejudices. But I make a slight mistake. There was a time when influence, wealth, or position was able to secure a cadetship. At that time, poor boys very rarely succeeded in getting an appointment, and when they did, they were most unmercifully cut by the snobs of aristocracy who were at the academy. Then the remedy did lie with Congress. The appointments could have been so made as to exclude those snobs whose only recommendation was their position in society, and so also as to admit boys who were deserving, although they were perhaps poor. This remedy has been made, and all classes, white, whether poor or rich, influential or not, are on terms of absolute equality. But for that other kind, the one founded upon color, Congress has no remedy, no more than for fanaticism or something of that kind. This article also tells us that the government has been remiss in not throwing around them the protection of its authority. I disdainfully scout the idea of such protection. If my manhood cannot stand without a governmental prop, then let it fall. If I am to stand on any other ground than the one white cadets stand upon, then I don't want the cadetship. If I cannot endure prejudice and persecutions, even if they are offered, then I don't deserve the cadetship, and much less the commission of an army officer. But there is a remedy, a way to root out snobbery and prejudice which but needs adoption to have the desired effect. Of course, its adoption by a single person, myself for instance, will not be sufficient to break away all the barriers which prejudice has brought into existence. I am quite confident, however, if adopted by all colored cadets, it will eventually work out the difficult though by no means insoluble problem, and give us further cause for joy and congratulations. The remedy lies solely, in our case, with us. We can make our life at West Point what we will. We shall be treated by the cadets as we treat them. Of course, some of the cadets are low. They belong to the younger classes, and good treatment cannot be expected of them at West Point nor away from there. The others, presumably gentlemen, will treat everybody else as becomes gentlemen, or at any rate as they themselves are treated. For, as Josh Billings quaintly tells us, a gentleman can't hide his true character any more than a loafer can. Prejudice does not necessarily prevent a man's being courteous and gentlemanly in his relations with others. If, then, they be prejudiced and treat one with ordinary civility, or even if they let one severely alone, is there any harm done? Is such a course of conduct to be denounced? Religiously, yes, but in the manner of everyday life and its conventionalities, I say not by any means. I have the right, no one will deny it, of choosing or rejecting as companions whomsoever I will. If my choice be based upon color, am I more wrong in adopting it than I should be in adopting any other reason? It may be an unchristian opinion or fancy that causes me to do it, but such opinion or fancy is my own, and I have a right to it. No one objects to prejudice as such, but to the treatment it is supposed to cause. If one is disposed to ill treat another, he'll do it, prejudiced or not prejudiced. Only low persons are so disposed, and happily so for West Point, and indeed for the whole country. The system of competitive examination for admission, so largely adopted within the past few years in many of our large cities, has resulted in recruiting the corps with lads of bright intellect and more than ordinary attainments, while the strict physical examination has rigorously excluded all but those of good form and perfect health. The competitive system has also given to the Academy students who want to learn, instead of lads who are content to scramble through the prescribed course as best they can, escaping being found, a cadet term equivalent to the old college word plucked, by merely a hair's breadth. The old way of getting rid of the rough, uncouth characters was to find them. Few, very few of them, ever got into the army. Now they are excluded by the system of competitive examination, even from entering the military academy, and if they should succeed in getting to West Point, they eventually fail, since men with no fixed purpose cannot graduate at West Point. Now, if the colored cadets be not of this class also, then their life at West Point will not be much harder than that of the others. The cadets may not associate, but what of that? Am I to blame a man who prefers not to associate with me? If that be the only charge against him, then my verdict is for acquittal. Though his conduct arises from, to us, false premises, it is to his sincere convictions right, and we would not in the slightest degree be justified in forcing him into our way of looking at it. In other words, the remedy does not lie with Congress. The kind of treatment we are to receive at the hands of others depends entirely upon ourselves. I think my life at West Point sufficiently proves the truth of this assertion. I entered the academy at a time when, as one paper had it, West Point was a hotbed of disloyalty and snobbery, a useless and expensive appendage. I expected all sorts of ill treatment, and yet from the day I entered till the day I graduated I had not cause to utter so much as an angry word. I refused to obtrude myself upon the white cadets, and treated them all with uniform courtesy. I have been treated likewise. It simply depended on me what sort of treatment I should receive. I was careful to give no cause for bad treatment, and it was never put upon me. In making this assertion I purposely disregarded the instances of malice, etc., mentioned elsewhere, for the reason that I do not believe they were due to any deep personal convictions of my inferiority or personal desire to impose upon me, but rather were due to the fear of being "cut" if they had acted otherwise. Our relations have been such, as any one will readily observe, that, even officially, they would have been obliged to recognize me to a greater or less extent, or, at the expense of their consciences, ignore me. They have done both, as circumstances, and not inclination, have led them to do. A rather unexpected incident occurred in the summer of '73, which will show perhaps how intense is that gravitating force, if I may so term it, which so completely changes the feelings of the plebes, and even cadets, who, when they reported, were not at all prejudiced on account of color. It was rather late at night and extremely dark. I was on guard and on post at the time. Approaching the lower end of my post, No. 5, I heard my name called in a low tone by some one whom I did not recognize. I stopped and listened. The calling was repeated, and I drew near the place whence it came. It proved to be a cadet, a classmate of mine, and then a sentinel on the adjacent post, No. 4. We stood and talked quite a while, as there was no danger either of being seen by other cadets, an event which those who in any manner have recognized me have strenuously avoided, or "hived" standing on post. It was too dark. He expressed great regret at my treatment, hoped it would be bettered, assured me that he would ever be a friend and treat me as a gentleman should. Another classmate told me at another time, in effect, the same thing. I very naturally expected a fulfillment of these promises, but alas, for such hopes! They not only never fulfilled them, but treated me even as badly as all the others. One of them was assigned a seat next to me at table. He would eat scarcely anything, and when done with that, he would draw his chair away and pretend to be imposed upon in the most degrading manner possible. The other practiced similar manoeuvres whenever we fell in at any formation of company or section. They both called me "nigger," or "nigger," as suited their inclination. Yet this ought, I verily believe, to be attributed not to them, but to the circumstances that led them to adopt such a course. On one occasion, however, one of them brought to my room the integration of some differential equation in mechanics which had been sent me by our instructor. He was very friendly then, apparently. He told me upon leaving, if I desired any further information, to come to his house, and he would give it. I observed that he called me Mr. Flipper. One winter's night, while on guard in barracks during supper, a cadet of the next class above my own stopped on my post and conversed with me as long as it was safe to do so. He expressed, as all have who have spoken to me, great regret that I should be so isolated, asked how I got along in my studies, and many other like questions. He spoke at great length of my general treatment. He assured me that he was wholly unprejudiced, and would ever be a friend. He even went far enough to say, to my great astonishment, that he cursed me and my race among the cadets to keep up appearances with them, and that I must think none the less well of him for so doing. It was a sort of necessity, he said, for he would not only be "cut," but would be treated a great deal worse than I was if he should fraternize with me. Upon leaving me he said, "I'm sorry to see you come here to be treated so, but I am glad to see you stay." Unfortunately the gentleman failed at the examination, then not far distant, and of course did not have much opportunity to give proof of his friendship. And thus "The walk, the words, the gesture could supply, the habit mimic, and the mind belie." When the plebes reported in '76 and were given seats in the chapel, 3 of them were placed in the pew with myself. We took seats in the following order, viz., first the commandant of the pew, a sergeant and a classmate of mine, then a third classman, myself, and the plebes. Now this arrangement was wholly unsatisfactory to the third classman, who turned to the sergeant and asked of him to place a plebe between him and myself. The sergeant turned toward me, and with an angry gesture ordered me to "get over there." I refused on the ground that the seat I occupied had been assigned me, and I therefore had no authority to change it. Near the end of the service the third classman asked the sergeant to tell me to sit at the further end of the seat. He did so. I refused on the same ground as before. He replied, "Well, it don't make any difference. I'll see that your seat is changed." I feared he would go to the cadet quartermaster, who had charge of the arrangement of seats, and have my seat changed without authority. I reported to the officer in charge of the new cadets and explained the whole affair to him. "You take the seat," said he, "assigned you in the guard house. The plan of the church, with names written on the pews, was kept here, so that cadets could consult it and know where their seats were, and if anybody wants you to change it, tell them I ordered you to keep it." The next Sabbath I took it. I was ordered to change it. I refused on the authority just given above. The sergeant then went to the commandant of cadets, who by some means got the impression that I desired to change my seat. He sent for me and emphatically ordered me to keep the seat which had by his order been assigned me. Thus the effort to change my seat, made by the third classman through the sergeant, but claimed to have been made by me, failed. It was out of the question for it to be otherwise. If the sergeant had wanted the seat himself, he would in all probability have got it, because he was my senior in class and lineal rank. But the third classman was my junior in both, and therefore could not, by any military regulation, get possession of what I was entitled to by my superior rank, and the effort to do so must be regarded a marvelous display of stupidity, or a belief on the part of the cadet that I could be imposed upon with impunity, simply because I was alone and had shown no disposition to quarrel or demand either real or imaginary rights. While in New York, during my furlough, summer of '75, I was introduced to one of her wealthy bankers. We conversed quite a while on various topics, and finally resumed the subject on which we began, viz., West Point. He named a cadet, whom I shall call for convenience John, and asked if I knew him. I replied in the affirmative. After asking various other questions of him, his welfare, etc., he volunteered the following bit of information. "Oh, yes," said he, "I've known John for several years. He used to peddle newspapers around the bank here. I was agreeably surprised when I heard he had been appointed to a cadetship at West Point. The boys who come in almost every morning with their papers told me John was to sell me no more papers. His mother has scrubbed out the office here and cleaned up daily for a number of years. John's a good fellow, though, and I'm glad to know of his success." This information was to me most startling. There certainly was nothing dishonorable in that sort of labor, nay, even there was much in it that deserved our highest praise. It was honest, humble work. But who would imagine, from the pompous bearing assumed by the gentleman, that he ever peddled newspapers, or that his mother earned her daily bread by scrubbing on her knees office floors? And how does this compare with the average negro? It is not to me very pleasant to thus have another's private history revealed, but when it is done I can't help feeling myself better, in one sense at least, than my self styled superiors. I certainly am not really one thing and apparently another. The distant haughtiness assumed by some of them, and the constant endeavor to avoid me as if I were a stick or a stone, the veriest poke of creation, had no other effect than to make me feel as if I were really so, and to discourage and dishearten me. I hardly know how I endured it all so long. If I were asked to go over it all again, even with the experience I now have, I fear I should fail. I mean, of course, the strain on my mind, and sensitiveness would be so great I'd be unable to endure it. There is that in every man, it has been said, either good or bad, which will manifest itself in his speech or acts. Keeping this in mind while I constantly study those around me,
I find myself at times driven to most extraordinary conclusions. If some are as good as their speech, then, if I may be permitted to judge, they have most devoutly observed that blessed commandment, "Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee." In that they have profited by their teaching both mentally and morally. On the other hand, we hear from many the very worst possible language. Some make pardonable errors, while others make blunders for which there can be no excuse save ignorance. Judging their character by their speech, what a sad condition must be theirs, and more, what a need for missionary work. This state of affairs gives way in the second, and often in the first year, to instruction and discipline. West Point's greatest glory arises from her unparalleled success in polishing these rough specimens and sending them forth officers and gentlemen. No college in the country has such a heterogeneous conglomeration, to quote Dr. Johnson, of classes. The highest and lowest are represented. The glory of free America, her recognition of equality of all men, is not so apparent anywhere else as at West Point. And were prejudice entirely obliterated, then would America, in truth, be that Utopia of which so many have but dreamed. It is rapidly giving way to better reason, and the day is not far distant when West Point will stand forth as the proud exponent of absolute social equality. Prejudice weakens, and ere long will fail completely. The advent of general education sounds its death knell. And may the day be not far off when America shall proclaim her emancipation from the basest of all servitudes, the subservience to prejudice. After feeling reasonably sure of success, I have often thought that my good treatment was due, in a measure, to a sort of apprehension on the part of the cadets that, when I should come to exercise command over them, I would use my authority to retaliate for any ill treatment I had suffered. I have thought this the case with those especially who have been reared in the principles of prejudice, and often in none other, for prejudices, it is well known, are the most difficult to eradicate from the heart whose soil has never been loosened or fertilized by education. They grow there as firm as weeds among rocks. When the time did come, and I proved by purely gentlemanly conduct that it was no harder, no more dishonorable to be under me than under others, this reserve vanished to a very great extent. I might mention instances in which this is evident. At practical engineering one day, 3 of us were making a gabion. One was putting in the watling, another keeping it firmly down, while I was preparing it. I had had some instruction on a previous day as to how it should be made, but the 2 others had not. When they had put in the watling to within the proper distance of the top, they began trimming off the twigs and butt ends of the withes. I happened to turn toward the gabion, and observed what they were doing. In a tone of voice, and with a familiarity that surprised my own self, I exclaimed, "Oh, don't do that! Don't you see if you cut those off before sewing, the whole thing will come to pieces? Secure the ends first, and then cut off the twigs." They stopped working, listened attentively, and one of them replied, "Yes, that would be the most sensible way." I proceeded to show them how to sew the watling and to secure the ends. They were classmates. They listened to my voluntary instruction, and followed it without a thought of who gave it, or any feeling of prejudice. At foot battery drill one day I was chief of piece. After a time the instructor rested the battery. The cannoneers at my piece, instead of going off and sitting down, gathered around me and asked questions about the nomenclature of the piece and its carriage. "What is this?" "What is it for?" and many others. They were third classmen. Certainly there was no prejudice in this. Certainly, too, it could only be due to good conduct on my part. And here is another. Just after taps on the night of July 12th, 1876, while lying in my tent studying the stars, I happened to overhear a rather angry conversation concerning my unfortunate self. It seems the cadet speaking had learned beforehand that he and myself would be on duty a few days hence. myself as senior and he as junior officer of the guard. His chums were teasing him on his misfortune of being under me as junior, which act caused him to enter into a violent panegyric upon me. He began by criticizing my military aptitude and the manner in which I was treated by the authorities, that is, by the cadet officers, as is apparent from what follows. "That nigger," said he, "don't keep dressed. Sometimes he's way ahead of the line. He swings his arms and does other things not half as well as other devils, and yet he's not skinned for it." What a severe comment upon the way in which the file closers discharge their duties. Severe indeed it would be, were it true. It is hardly reasonable, I think, to suppose the file closers, in the face of prejudice and the probability of being cut, would permit me to do the things mentioned with impunity, while they reported even their own classmates for them. And here again we see the fox and sour grapes. The gentleman who so honored me with his criticism was junior to me in every branch of study we had taken, up to that time, except in French. I was his senior in tactics by well, to give the number of files would be to specify him too closely and make my narrative too personal. Suffice it to say, I ranked him, and I rather fancy, as I did not gain that position by favoritism but by study and proficiency, he should not venture to criticize. But so it is all through life, at West Point as well as elsewhere. Malcontents are ever finding faults in others which they never think of discovering in themselves. When the time came, the detail was published at parade, and next day we duly marched on guard. When I appeared on the general parade in full dress, I noticed mischievous smiles on more than one face, for the majority of the corps had turned out to see me. I walked along, proudly unconscious of their presence. Although I went through the ceremony of guard mounting without a single blunder, I was not at all at ease. I inspected the front rank, while my junior inspected the rear. I was sorely displeased to observe some of the cadets change color as they tossed up their pieces for my inspection, and that they watched me as I went through that operation. Some of them were from the South, and educated to consider themselves far superior to those of whom they once claimed the right of possession. I know it was to them most galling, and although I fully felt the responsibility and honor of commanding the guard, I frankly and candidly confess that I found no pleasure in their apparent humiliation. I am, as a matter of course, opposed to prejudice, but I nevertheless hold that those who are not have just as much right to their opinions on the matter as they would have to any one of the various religious creeds. We in free America at least would not be justified in forcing them to renounce their views or beliefs on race and color any more than those on religion. We can sometimes, by so living that those who differ from us in opinion respecting anything can find no fault with us or our creed, influence them to a just consideration of our views, and perhaps persuade them unconsciously to adopt our way of thinking. And just so it is, I think, with prejudice. There is a certain dignity in enduring it which always evokes praise from those who indulge it, and also often discovers to them their error and its injustice. Knowing that it would be unpleasant to my junior to have to ask my permission to do this or that, and not wishing to subject him to more mortification than was possible, I gave him all the latitude I could, telling him to use his own discretion, and that he need not ask my permission for anything unless he chose. This simple act, forgotten almost as soon as done, was in an exceedingly short time known to every cadet throughout the camp, and I had the indescribable pleasure, some days after, of knowing that by it I had been raised many degrees in the estimation of the corps. Nor did this knowledge remain in camp. It was spread all over the point. The act was talked of and praised by the cadets wherever they went, and their conversations were repeated to me many times by different persons. When on guard again I was the junior, and of course subject to the orders of the senior. He came to me voluntarily, and in almost my own words gave me exactly the same privileges I had given my junior, who was a chum of my present senior. In view of the ostracism and isolation to which I had been subjected, It was expected that I would be severe and use my authority to retaliate. When, however, I did a more Christian act, did to others as I would have them do to me, and not as they had sometimes done, I gave cause for a similar act of good will, which was in a degree beyond all expectation accorded me. Indeed, while we are all prone to err, we are also very apt to do to others as they really do to us. If they treat us well, we treat them well; if badly, we treat them so also. I believe such to be in accordance with our nature, and if we do not always do so, our failure is due to some influence apart from our better reason if we do not treat them well, or our first impulse if we do. If now, on the contrary, I had been severe and unnecessarily imperious because of my power, I should in all probability have been treated likewise, and would have fallen and not have risen in the estimation of the cadets. End of Chapter 10, Part 2. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 10, Part 3 of The Colored Cadet at West Point. Autobiography of Lieutenant Henry Ossian Flipper, U.S.A., first graduate of color from the U.S. Military Academy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Colored Cadet at West Point. Autobiography of Lieutenant Henry Ossian Flipper, U.S.A., first graduate of color from the U.S. Military Academy. Chapter 10, Part 3. Treatment. It has often occurred to me that the terms prejudice of race, of color, etc., were misnomers, and for this reason. As soon as I show that I have some good qualities, do some act of kindness in spite of insult, my color is forgotten, and I am well treated. Again, I have observed that colored men of character and intellectual ability have been treated as men should be by all, whether friends or enemies. That is to say, no prejudice of color or race has ever been manifested. I have been so treated by men I knew to be, to use a political term, vile Democrats. Unfortunately, a bad temper, precipitation, stubbornness, and like qualities, all due to non-education, are too often attributes of colored men and women. These characteristics lower the race in the estimation of the whites, and produce, I think, what we call prejudice. In fact, I believe prejudice is due solely to non-education and its effects in one or perhaps both races. Prejudice of, well, any word that will express these several characteristics would be better, as it would be near the truth. There is, of course, a very large class of ignorant and partially cultured whites whose conceptions can find no other reason for prejudice than that of color. I doubt very much whether they are prejudiced on that account as it is. I rather think they are so because they know others are for some reason, and so cringing are they in their weakness that they follow like so many trained curs. This is the class we in the South are accustomed to call the poor white trash, and speaking of them generally, I can neglect them in this discussion of my treatment, and without material error. In camp at night, the duties of the officers of the guard are discharged part of the night by the senior, and the other part by the junior officer. As soon as it was night, to revert to the subject of this article, my junior came to me and asked how I wished to divide the night tour. "Just suit yourself. If you have any reason for wanting a particular part of the night, I shall be pleased to have you take it." He chose the latter half of the night, and asked me to wake him at a specified time. After this he discovered a reason for taking the first half, and coming to me said, "If it makes no difference to you, I will take the first half of the night." "As you like," was my reply. "You pile in, then, and I'll wake you in time," was his reply. Observe the familiarity in this rejoinder. The guard was turned out and inspected by the officer of the day at about 12:20 P.M. After the inspection I retired, and was awakened between 1 and 2 P.M. by my junior, who then retired for the night. The officer in charge turned out and inspected the guard between 2 and 3 P.M. Several of the cadets were reported to me by the corporals for violating regulations. The reports were duly recorded in the guard report for the day. I myself reported but one cadet, and his offense was absence from tattoo roll call of guard. These reports were put in under my signature, though not at all made by me, as also was another of a very grave nature. It seems, for I didn't know the initial circumstances of the case, that a citizen visiting at West Point asked a cadet if he could see a friend of his who was a member of the corps. The cadet at once sought out the corporal then on duty, and asked him to go to camp and turn out this friend. The corporal did not go. The cadet who requested him to do so reported the fact to the officer of the day. The latter came at once to me and directed me, as officer of the guard, to order him to go and turn out the cadet, and to see that he did it. I did as ordered. The corporal replied, "I have turned him out." As the cadet did not make his appearance, the officer of the day himself went into camp, brought him out to his citizen friend, and then ordered me in positive terms to report the corporal for gross disobedience of orders. I communicated to him the corporal's reply and received a repetition of his order. I obeyed it, entering on my guard report the following: Disobedience of orders, not turning out a cadet for citizen when ordered to do so by the officer of the guard. The commandant sent for me and learned from me all the circumstances of the case as far as I knew them. He made similar requirements of the corporal himself. Connected with this case is another, which I think should be recorded to show how some have been disposed to act and think concerning myself. At the dinner table, and on the very day this affair above mentioned occurred, a cadet asked another if he had heard about , mentioning the name of the cadet corporal. "No, I haven't," he replied. "What's the matter with him?" "Why, the officer of the day ordered him reported for disobedience of orders, and served him right, too." "What was it? Whose orders did he disobey?" "Some cit wanted to see a cadet, and asked Corporal if he could do so. Corporal asked , who was then on duty, to go to camp and turn him out. He didn't do it, but went off and began talking with some ladies. The officer of the day directed the senior officer of the guard to order him to go. He did order him to go, and replied, "I have turned him out," and didn't go. The officer of the day then turned him out and ordered him to be reported for disobedience of orders, and I say served him right. "I don't see it," was the reply. "Don't see it? Why, 's relief was on post, and it was his duty to attend to all such calls during his tour, and besides, I think ordinary politeness would have been sufficient to make him go." "Well, I can sympathize with him anyhow." "Sympathize with him? How so?" "Because he's on guard to day." What an excellent reason, because he's on guard to day, or, in other words, because I was in command of the guard. He then went on to speak of the injustice of the report, the malice and spirit of retaliation shown in giving it, and hoped that the report would not be the cause of any punishment, and all this because the report was under my signature. When the corporal replied to me that he had turned out the cadet, I considered it a satisfactory answer, supposing the cadet's non-appearance was due to delay in arranging his toilet. I had no intention of reporting him, and did so only in obedience to positive orders. There surely was nothing malicious or retaliatory in that, and to condemn me for discharging the first of all military duties, viz., obedience of orders, is but to prove the narrowness of the intellect and the baseness of the character which are vaunted as so far superior to those of the negro cadet, and which condemn him and his actions for no other reason than that they are his. How could it be otherwise than that he is isolated and persecuted when such minds are concerned? In his written explanation to the commandant, the corporal admitted the charge of disobedience of orders on his part, but excused himself by saying he had delegated another cadet to discharge the duty for him. This was contrary to regulations, and still further aggravated his offense. For an incident connected to this tour of guard duty, see chapter on Incidents, Humor, etc. The only case of downright malice that has come to my knowledge, and I'm sure the only one that ever occurred, is the following. It is a custom, as old as the institution, I dare say, for cadets of the first and second classes to march in the front rank, while all others take their places in the rear rank, with the exception that third classmen may be in the front rank whenever it is necessary for the proper formation of the company to put them there. The need of such a custom is apparent. Fourth classmen, or plebes not accustomed to marching and keeping dressed, are therefore unfit to be put in the front rank. Third classmen have to give way to the upper classmen on account of their superior rank, and are able to march in the front rank only when put there or allowed to remain there by the file closers. When I was a plebe, and also during my third class year, I marched habitually in the rear rank, as stated with reason elsewhere. But when I became a second classman, and had by class rank a right to the front rank, I took my place there. Just about this time, I distinctly heard the cadet captain of my company say to the first sergeant, or rather ask him why he did not put me in the rear rank. The first sergeant replied curtly, "Because he's a second classman now, and I have no right to do it." This settled the question for the time, indeed for quite a while, till the incident above referred to occurred. At a formation of the company for retreat parade in the early spring of '76, it was necessary to transfer some one from the front to the rear rank. Now, instead of transferring a third classman, the sergeant on the left of the company ordered me, a second classman, into the rear rank. I readily obeyed because I felt sure I'd be put back after the company was formed and inspected, as had been done by him several times before. But this was not done. I turned to the sergeant and reminded him that he had not put me back where I belonged. He at once did so without apparent hesitation or unwillingness. He, however, reported me for speaking to him about the discharge of his duties. For this offense I submitted the following explanation: West Point, New York, April 11, 1876. Offense: speaking to sergeant about formation of company at parade. Explanation: I would respectfully state that the above report is a mistake. I said nothing whatever about the formation of the company. I was put in the rear rank and, contrary to custom, left there. As soon as the command, "In place, rest," was given, I turned to the nearest sergeant and said, "Mr. , can I take my place in the front rank?" He leaned to the front and looked along the line. I then said, "There are men in the front rank who are junior to me." I added, a moment after, "There is one just up there," motioning with my head the direction meant. He made the change. Respectfully submitted, Henry O. Flipper, Cadet Private, Company D, First Class. To Lieutenant Colonel , Commanding Corps of Cadets. This explanation was sent by the commandant to the reporting sergeant. He endorsed it in about the following words: "Respectfully returned with the following statement: It was necessary, in forming the company, to put Cadet Flipper in the rear rank, and as I saw no third classman in the front rank, I left him there as stated. I reported him because I did not think he had any right to speak to me about the discharge of my duty. Cadet Sergeant, Company D." A polite question, a reflection on the manner of discharging one's duty. A queer construction indeed. Observe, he says he saw no third classman in the front rank. It was his duty to be sure about it, and if there was one there, to transfer him to the rear and myself to the front rank. In not doing so, he neglected his duty, and imposed upon me and the dignity of my class. I was, therefore, entirely justified in calling his attention to his neglect. This is a little thing, but it should be borne in mind that it is nevertheless of the greatest importance. We know what effect comity or international politeness has on the relations or intercourse between nations. The most trifling acts, such as congratulations on a birth or marriage in the reigning family, are wonderfully efficacious in keeping up that feeling of amity which is so necessary to peace and continued friendship between states. To disregard these little things is considered unfriendly, and may be the cause of serious consequences. There is a like necessity, I think, in our own case. Any affront to me which is also an affront to my class and its dignity deserves punishment or satisfaction. To demand it, then, gives my class a better opinion of me, and serves to keep that opinion in as good condition as possible. I knew well that there were men in the corps who would readily seize any possible opportunity to report me, and I feared at the time that I might be reported for speaking to the sergeant. I was especially careful to guard against anger or roughness in my speech, and to put my demand in the politest form possible. The offense was removed. I received no demerits, and the sergeant had the pleasure or displeasure of grieving at the failure of his report. I am sorry to know that I have been charged, by some not so well acquainted with West Point and life there as they should be to criticise, with manifesting a lack of dignity, and that I allowed myself to be insulted, imposed upon, and otherwise ill treated. There appears to them too great a difference between the treatment of former colored cadets and that of myself, and the only way they are pleased to account for this difference is to say that my good treatment was due to want of spunk, and even to fear, as some have said. It evidently never occurred to them that my own conduct determined, more than all things else, the kind of treatment I would receive. Every one not stubbornly prejudiced against West Point, and therefore not disposed to censure or criticize everything said or done there, knows how false the charge is, and those who make it scarcely deserve my notice. I would say to them, however, that true dignity, selon nous, consists in being above the rabble and their insults, and particularly in remaining there. To stoop to retaliation is not compatible with true dignity, nor is vindictiveness manly. Again, the experiment suggested by my accusers has been abundantly tried, and proved a most ridiculous failure, while my own led to a glorious success. I do not mean to boast or do anything of the kind, but I would suggest to all future colored cadets to base their conduct on the Aristotelian, the golden mean. It is by far the safer and surely the most Christian course. Before closing this chapter, I would add with just pride that I have ever been treated by all other persons connected with the Academy not officially, as becomes one gentleman to treat another. I refer to servants, soldiers, other enlisted men, and employés. They have done for me whatever I wished, whenever I wished, and as I wished, and always kindly and willingly. They have even done things for me to the exclusion of others. This is important when it is remembered that the employés, with one exception, are white. National Schools and Snobocracy. Cadet Smith has arrived in Columbia. He did not pass. Phoenix. Alexander Boucher, a young man of color, graduates from Yale College, holding the 5th place in the largest class graduated from that ancient institution. Exchange. These simple announcements from different papers tersely sum up the distinction between the military and civil education of this country. One is exclusive, snobbish, and narrow; the other is liberal and democratic. No one who has watched the course of Cadet Smith and the undemocratic, selfish, and snobbish treatment he has experienced from the martinets of West Point, men educated at the expense of the government, supported by negro taxes as well as white, who attempt to dictate who shall receive the benefits of an education in our national charity schools. No one who has read of his court martialings, the degradations and the petty insults inflicted upon him, can help feeling that he returns home today, in spite of the Phoenix's sneers, a young hero, who has passed in grit, pluck, perseverance, and all the better qualities which go to make up true manhood, and only has been found because rebel sympathizers at West Point, the fledglings of caste, and the Secretary of War, do not intend to allow, if they can prevent it, a negro to graduate at West Point or Annapolis, if he is known to be a negro. Any one conversant with educational matters who has examined the examinations for entrance or the curriculum of the naval and military academies will not for a moment believe that their requirements, not as high as those demanded for an ordinary New England high school, and by no means equal in thoroughness, quantity, or quality to that demanded for entrance at Yale, Amherst, Dartmouth, or Brown, are too high or abstruse to be compassed by negroes, some of whom have successfully stood all these, and are now pursuing their studies in the best institutions of the North. No fair-minded man believes that Smith, Napier, and Williams, Conyers, and McClellan have had impartial treatment. The government itself has been remiss in not throwing about them the protection of its authority. Had these colored boys been students at St. Cyr in Paris, or Woolwich in England, under despotic France and aristocratic England, they would have been treated with that courtesy and justice of which the average white American has no idea. The South once ruled West Point, much to its detriment in loyalty, however much, by reason of sending boys more than prepared. It dominated in scholarship. It seeks to recover the lost ground, and rightly fears to meet on terms of equality in the camp the sons of fathers to whom it refused quarter in the war and butchered in cold blood at Fort Pillow. We cannot expect the sons to forget the lessons of the sires, but we have a right to demand from the general government the rooting out of all snobbery at West Point, whether it is of that kind which sends poor white boys to Coventry because they haven't a family name or wealth, or whether it be that smallest, meanest, and shallowest of all aristocracies, the one founded upon color. If the government is not able to root out these unrepublican seeds in these hotbeds of disloyalty and snobbery, then let Congress shut up the useless and expensive appendages, and educate its officers at the colleges of the country, where they may learn lessons in true republican equality and nationality. The remedy lies with Congress. A remonstrance at least should be heard from the colored members of Congress, who are insulted whenever a colored boy is ill-treated by the students or the officers of these institutions. So far from being discouraged by defeats, the unjust treatment meted out to these young men should redouble the efforts of others of their class to carry this new Bastille by storm. It should lead every colored congressman to make sure that he either sends a colored applicant or a white one who has not the seeds of snobbery and caste in his soul. Smith, after 4 years of torture, comes home, is driven home, because, forsooth, he might attend the ball next year. He is hounded out of the academy because he would have to be assigned to a white regiment. There are some negroes who feel that their rights in the land of their birth are superior to the prejudices of the enemies of the Union, and who dare to speak and write in behalf of these rights, as their fathers dared to fight for them a very few years ago. Boucher, under civil rule, enters Yale College the best prepared student of 130 freshmen, and all through his course is treated like a gentleman, both by the faculty and the students, men who know what justice means, and have some adequate idea of the true theory of education and gentlemanly conduct. 2 freed boys, from North Carolina and South Carolina, slaves during the war, prepare at the best Northern academics, and enter, without remonstrance, Amherst and Dartmouth. What divinity, then, hedges West Point and Annapolis? What but the old rebel spirit, which seeks again to control them for use in future rebellions, as it did in the past? The war developed some unwelcome truths with regard to this snobbish and disloyal spirit of our national institutions, and the exploits of some volunteer officers showed that all manhood, bravery, skill, and energy were not contained in West Point or Annapolis, or, if there, did not pertain solely to the petty cliques that aimed to give tone to those academies. It is not for any officer, the creature of the government, it is not for any student, the willing ward of that government, to say who shall enter the national schools and be the recipients of my bounty. It is the duty of every member of Congress to see that the government sanctions no such spirit, and it becomes every loyal citizen who wishes to avoid the mistakes of the former war to see to it that no class be excluded, and that every boy, once admitted, shall have the strictest justice dealt out to him, a thing which, thus far, has not been done in the case of the colored cadets. The true remedy lies in the feelings and sympathies of the officers of these academies, in the ability and fair investigations of the Board of Examiners, not from such gentlemen as at present seem to rule these institutions. Niger Nigorum. This article was taken from some South Carolina paper during the summer of '74. Its tone is in accordance with the multitude of articles upon the same subject which occurred about the same time, and, like them all, or most of them, is rather far-fetched. It is too broad. Its denunciations cover too much ground. They verge upon untruth. As to Conyers and McClellan at the Naval Academy, I know nothing. Of Napier I know nothing. Of Smith I prefer to say nothing. Of Williams I do express the belief that his treatment was impartial and just. He was regularly and rightly found deficient and duly dismissed. The article seems to imply that he should not have been found and dismissed simply because he was a negro. A very shallow reason indeed, and one no fair-minded man will for an instant entertain. Of 4 years' life at the Academy, I spent the first with Smith, rooming with him. During the first half year, Williams was also in the corps with us. The 2 following years I was alone. The next and last year of my course I spent with Whittaker, of South Carolina. I have thus had an opportunity to become acquainted with Smith's conduct and that of the cadets toward him. Smith had trouble under my own eyes on more than one occasion, and Whittaker has already received blows in the face, but I have not had so much as an angry word to utter. There is a reason for all this, and had Nigger Nigorum been better acquainted with it, he had never made the blunder he has. Footnote: Johnson Chestnut Whittaker, of Camden, South Carolina, appointed to fill vacancy created by Smith's dismissal, after several white candidates so appointed had failed, entered the Academy in September, 1876. Shortly after entering he was struck in the face by a young man from Alabama for sneering at him, as he said, while passing by him. Whittaker immediately reported the affair to the cadet officer of the day, by whose efforts this belligerent Alabama gentleman was brought before a court martial, tried, found guilty, and suspended for something over 6 months, thus being compelled to join the next class that entered the Academy. End of footnote. I cannot venture more on the treatment of colored cadets generally without disregarding the fact that this is purely a narrative of my own treatment and life at West Point. To go further into that subject would involve much difference of opinion, hard feelings in certain quarters, and would cause a painful and needless controversy. End of Chapter 10, Part 3. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 11 of The Colored Cadet at West Point. Autobiography of Lieutenant Henry Ossian Flipper, U.S.A., First Graduate of Color, from the U.S. Military Academy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Colored Cadet at West Point. Autobiography of Lieutenant Henry Ossian Flipper, U.S.A., First Graduate of Color, from the U.S. Military Academy. Chapter 11. Resume. July 1, 1876. Only 1 year more, and yet how wearily the days come and go, how anxiously we watch them, how eagerly we count them as they glimmer in the distance, and forget them as they fade. What joyous anticipation, what confident expectation, what hope animates each soul, each heart, each being of us. What encouragement to study this longing, this impatience gives us, as if it hastened the coming finale. And who felt it more than I? Who could feel it more than I? To me it was to be not only an end of study, of discipline, of obedience to the regulations of the Academy, but even an end to isolation, to tacit persecution, to melancholy, to suspense. It was to be the grand realization of my hopes, the utter, the inevitable defeat of the minions of pride, prejudice, caste. Nor would such consummation of hopes affect me only, or those around me. Nay, even I was but the point of primitive disturbance, whence emanates, as if from a focus, from a new origin, prayer, friendly and inimical, to be focused again into realization on one side and discomfiture on the other. My friends, my enemies, center their hopes on me. I treat them, one with earnest endeavor for realization, the other with supremest indifference. They are deviated with varying anxiety on either side, and hence my joy, my gratitude, when I find, July 1, 1876, that I am a first classman. A first classman! The beginning of realization, for had I not distanced all the colored cadets before me? Indeed I had, and that, with the greater prospect of ultimate success, gave me double cause for rejoicing. A first classman! There's something prophetic in it, for behold, the country begins to be agitated by the approaching graduation of young Flipper, the colored West Point cadet from Atlanta. If he succeeds in getting into the aristocratic circles of the official army, there will be a commotion for a certainty. Flipper is destined to be famous. Such was the nature of the many editorials which appeared about this time, summer of '76. The circumstance was unusual, unexpected, for it had been predicted that only slaughter awaited me at that very stage, because Smith had failed just there, just where I had not. Henry Flipper of Atlanta enjoys the distinction of being the only negro cadet that the government is cramming with food and knowledge at West Point. He stands 46th in the third class, which includes 85 cadets. A correspondent of the New York Times says that, while all concede Flipper's progress, yet it is not believed that he will be allowed to graduate. No negro has passed out of the institution a graduate, and it is believed that Flipper will be eventually slaughtered in one way or another. The rule among the regulars is, "No darkies need apply." Or this: Smith's dismissal leaves Henry Flipper the sole cadet of color at West Point. Flipper's pathway will not be strewn with roses, and we shall be surprised if the radicals do not compel him, within a year, to seek refuge from a sea of troubles in his father's quiet shoe shop on Decatur Street. Isn't it strange how some people strive to drag everything into politics? A political reason is assigned to everything, and everything is politics. The many editors who have written on the subject of the colored cadets have, with few exceptions, followed the more prejudiced and narrow-minded critics, who have attributed everything, ill treatment, etc., to a natural aversion for the negro, and to political reasons. They seem to think it impossible for one to discharge a duty or to act with justice in anything where a negro is concerned. Now this is unchristian as well as hasty and undeserved. As I have said elsewhere in my narrative, aside from the authorities being de facto officers and gentlemen, and therefore morally bound to discharge faithfully every duty, they are under too great a responsibility to permit them to act as some have asserted for them, to compel me to seek refuge from a sea of troubles, or to cause me to be eventually slaughtered in one way or another. Who judges thus is not disposed to judge fairly, but rather as suits some pet idea of his own, to keep up prejudice and all its curses. It would be more Christian, and therefore more just, I apprehend, to consider both sides of the question, the authorities and those under them. Other and better reasons would be found for some things which have occurred, and reasons which would not be based on falsehood, and which would not tend to perpetrate the conflict of right and prejudice. My own success will prove, I hope, not only that I had sufficient ability to graduate, which, by the way, none have questioned, but also that the authorities were not as some have depicted them. This latter proof is important. First, because it will remove that fear which has deterred many from seeking and even from accepting appointments when offered, to which determent my isolation is largely due. And second, because it will add another to the already long list of evidences of the integrity of our national army. To return to the last quotation, immediately after the dismissal of Smith, indeed upon the very day of that event, it was rumored that I intended to resign. I learned of the rumor from various sources, only one of which I need mention. I was on guard that day, and while off duty an officer high in rank came to me and invited me to visit him at his quarters next day. I did so, of course. His first words, after greeting, etc., were to question the truth of the rumor, and before hearing my reply, to beg me to relinquish any such intention. He was kind enough to give me much excellent advice, which I have followed most religiously. He assured me that prejudice, if it did exist among my instructors, would not prevent them from treating me justly and impartially. I am proud to testify now to the truth of his assurance. He further assured me that the officers of the Academy and of the army, and especially the older ones, desired to have me graduate, and that they would do all within the legitimate exercise of their authority to promote that end. This assurance has been made me by officers of nearly every grade in the army, from the general down, and has ever been carried out by them whenever a fit occasion presented itself. Surely this is not discouraging. Surely, too, it is not causing me to seek refuge from a sea of troubles. We need only go back to the article quoted from the Era, and given in Chapter 3, to find an explanation for this conduct. We know that any young man, whether he be poor or black, or both, may enter any first class college in America and find warm, sympathetic friends, both among students and faculty, if he but prove himself to be possessed of some good qualities. This is the keynote to the whole thing. One must not expect to do as one pleases, whether that be right or wrong, or right according to some fanatical theory, and notwithstanding to be dealt with in a manner warranted only by the strictest notion of right. We must force others to treat us as we wish, by giving them such an example of meekness and of good conduct as will at least shame them into a like treatment of us. This is the safer and surer method of revenge. Therefore, if thine enemy hunger, feed him; if he thirst, give him drink; for in so doing thou shalt heap coals of fire on his head. To proceed. I am undoubtedly a first classman. None other has enjoyed that eminence. There are many honors and responsibilities incident to that position or rank. First classmen have authority at times over their fellow cadets. How will it be when I come to have that authority? Will that same coldness and distance be manifested as hitherto? These are important questions. I shall be brought necessarily into closer relations with the cadets than before. How will they accept such relationship? The greatest proof of their personal convictions will be manifested in their conduct here. If they evade my authority, or are stubborn or disobedient, then are their convictions unfriendly indeed. But if kind, generous, willing to assist, to advise, to obey, to respect myself as well as my office, then are they, as I ever believed them to be, gentlemen in all that recognizes no prejudice, no caste, nothing inconsistent with manhood. There are certain privileges accorded to first classmen which the other classes do not enjoy. The privates of the first class do duty as officers of the guard, as company officers, at company and battalion drills, at light battery drills, and at other drills and ceremonies. In all these cases they have command of other cadets. These cadets are subject to their orders and are liable to be reported, indeed such is required, for disobedience, stubbornness, or for any thing prejudicial to good order and good discipline. In this fact is a reason, the only one, I think, which will in any manner account for the unpardonable reserve of many of the cadets. To be subject to me, to my orders, was to them an unbearable torture. As they looked forward to the time when I should exercise command over them, they could not help feeling the mortification which would be upon them. I must modify my statement. They may be prejudiced, and yet gentlemen, and if gentlemen, they will not evade authority even though vested in me. We go into camp at West Point on the 17th of June, '76, for 10 days. During all that time I enjoy all the privileges of first classmen. Nothing is done to make it unpleasant or in any way to discourage or dishearten me. We go to Philadelphia. We visit the Centennial, and there not only is the same kindness shown me, but I find a number of cadets accost me whenever we meet, on the avenues and streets, on the grounds, and in the city. They ask questions, converse, answer questions. This occurred several times at the Southern Restaurant as well as elsewhere. After the parade on the 4th of July every kindness was shown me. Those cadets near me bought lemons, lemonade, etc., and shared with me, and when, on another occasion, I was the purchaser, they freely partook of my good cheer. What conclusion shall I draw from this? That they are unfriendly or prejudiced? I fain would drop my pen and burn my manuscript if for even an instant I thought it possible. And yet, how shall I explain away this bit of braggadocio in the words italicized in this article from the Philadelphia Times? The color line. One of the first classmen is Mr. Flipper of Georgia, a young colored man. "We don't have anything to do with him off duty," said one of the cadets yesterday. "We don't even speak to him. Of course we have to eat with him, and drill with him, and go on guard with him, but that ends it. Outside of duty we don't know him. Is he intelligent? Yes. He stands high in his class, and I see no reason to doubt that he will graduate next June. He has the negro features strongly developed, but in color he is rather light." Easily enough, I think. In the first place, the statement is too broad, if made by a cadet, which I very much doubt. There are some of that "we" who do know me outside of duty, and if a cadet made the statement he must have been a plebe, one unacquainted with my status in the corps, or one who, strenuously avoiding me himself, supposed all others likewise did so. The cadet was not a first classman. There is a want of information in his last answer which could not have been shown by a first classman. Again he says, "We go on guard with him." Now that is untrue, as I understand it. The word "with" would imply that we were on guard in the same capacity, viz., as privates. But first classmen do no guard duty in that capacity, and hence, not being himself a first classman, he could not have been on guard with me. If he had said "under him," his statement would have been nearer the truth. After a stay of 10 days in Philadelphia, we returned to West Point, and still the same respect is shown me. There is but little more of open recognition, if any, than before, and yet that I am respected is shown in many ways. See, for example, the latter part of chapter on treatment. Again, during my first year I many times overheard myself spoken of as the "nigger," the "moke," or the "thing." Now, openly, and when my presence was not known, I always hear myself mentioned as Mr. Flipper. There are a few who use both forms of address as best suits their convenience or inclination at the time, but why is it? Why not "nigger," "moke," or "thing" as formerly? Is there, can there be any other reason than that they respect me more now than then? I am most unwilling to believe there could be. We begin our regular routine of duties, etc. We have practical military engineering, ordnance, artillery, practical astronomy in field and permanent observatories, telegraphy, and guard. We are detailed for these duties. Not the least distinction is made, not the slightest partiality is shown. Always the same regard for my feelings, the same respect for me. See the case of Gabion in the chapter on treatment. At length, in my proper order, I am detailed for officer of the guard. True, the cadets expressed some wonderment, but why? Simply, and reasonably enough too, because I was the first person of color that had ever commanded a guard at the Military Academy of the United States. It is but a natural curiosity. And how am I treated? Is my authority recognized? Indeed it is. My sergeant not only volunteered to make out the guard report for me, but also offered any assistance I might want, aside from the discharge of his own duty as sergeant of the guard. Again, a number of plebes were confined in the guard tents for grossness and carelessness. I took their names, the times of their imprisonment, and obtained permission to release them. I was thanked for my trouble.
Again, a cadet's father wishes to see him. He is in arrest. I get permission for him to visit his father at the guard tents. I go to his tent and tell him, and start back to my post of duty. He calls me back and thanks me. Must I call that natural aversion for the negro, or even prejudice? Perhaps it is, but I cannot so comprehend it. It may have that construction, but as long as the other is possible, it is generous to accept it. And again I am ordered to report a cadet. I do it. I am stigmatized, of course, by some of the low ones. See that case under treatment. But my conduct, both in obeying the order and subsequently, is approved by the better portion of the corps. The commandant said to me, "Your duty was a plain one, and you discharged it properly. You were entirely right in reporting Mr. . What is the conduct of this cadet himself afterwards? If different at all from what it was before, it is, in my presence at least, more cordial, more friendly, more kind. Still there is no ill treatment. Assuming, of course, that my own conduct is proper and not obtrusive or overbearing. And so, in a multitude of ways this fact is proved. I have noticed many things, little things perhaps they were, but still proofs, in the conduct of all the cadets which remove all doubt from my mind. And yet, with all my observation and careful study of those around me, I have many times been unable to decide what was the feeling of the cadets toward me. Some have been one thing everywhere and at all times, not unkind or ungenerous, nor even unwilling to hear me and be with me or near me, or on duty with me, or alone with me. Some again, while not avoiding me in the presence of others, have nevertheless manifested their uneasy dislike of my proximity. When alone with me they are kind and all I could wish them to be. Others have not only strenuously avoided me when with their companions, but have even at times shown a low disposition, a desire to wound my feelings or to chill me with their coldness. But alone, behold, they know how to mimic gentlemen. The kind of treatment which I was to receive and have received at the hands of the cadets has been a matter of little moment to me. True, it has at times been galling, but its severest effects have been but temporary, and have caused me no considerable trouble or inconvenience. I have rigidly overlooked it all. The officers, on the contrary, as officers and gentlemen, have in a manner been bound to accord me precisely the same privileges and advantages, etc., which they granted the other cadets, and they have ever done so. I must confess my expectations in this last have been most positively unfulfilled, and I am glad of it. The various reports, rumors, and gossips have thus been proved not only false but malicious, and that proof is of considerable consequence. That they have not been unkind and disposed to ill treat me may be readily inferred from the number of demerits I have received and the nature of the offences for which those demerits were given. They have never taken it upon themselves to watch me and report me for trifling offences with a view of giving me a bad record in conduct, and thereby securing my dismissal, for 100 demerits in 6 months means dismissal. They have ever acted impartially, and ignoring my color, have accorded me all immunities and privileges enjoyed by other cadets, whether they were allowed by regulations or were mere acts of personal favor. Of the majority of the cadets I can speak likewise, for they too have power to spy out and report. As to treatment in the section room, where there were many opportunities to do me injustice by giving me low marks for all recitations, good or bad, for instance, they have scrupulously maintained their honor, and have treated me there with exact justice and impartiality. This is not a matter of opinion. I can give direct and positive proof of its truthfulness. In the chapter on studies, in the record of marks that proof can be found, my marks per recitation and the average are good. By rank in section is meant the order of my mark, that is, whether best, next, the next, or lowest. Are these marks not good? In law, for example, once I receive the 8th out of 9 marks, then the 5th, the 1st, 2d, 3d, 1st, and so on. Surely there was nothing in them to show I was marked low either purposely or otherwise.
My marks in the section for each week, month, and the number of men in each section afford the means of comparison between the other members of the section and myself. And my marks are not only evidence of the possession on my part of some good faculties, but also of the honor of my instructors and fellow members of section. What manner of treatment the cadets chose to manifest toward me was then, of course, of no account. But what is of importance, and great importance too, is how they will treat me in the army, when we have all assumed the responsibilities of manhood, coupled with those of a public servant, an army officer. Of course, the question cannot now be answered. I feel nevertheless assured that the older officers, at least, will not stoop to prejudice or caste, but will accord me proper treatment and respect. Men of responsibility are concerned, and it is not presumable that they will disregard the requirements of their profession so far as to ill treat even myself. There is none of the recklessness of the student in their actions, and they cannot but recognize me as having a just claim upon their good will and honor. The year wears away. The last year it is, too. And I find myself near graduation, with every prospect of success. And from the beginning to the close, my life has been one not of trouble, persecution, or punishment, but one of isolation only. True, to an unaccustomed nature such a life must have had many anxieties and trials and displeasures, and although it was so with me, I have nothing more than that of which to complain. And if such a life has had its unpleasant features, it has also had its pleasant ones, of which not the least, I think, was the constantly growing prospect of ultimate triumph. Again, those who have watched my course and have seen in its success the falsity of certain reports, cannot have been otherwise than overjoyed at the, though tardy, vindication of truth. I refer especially to certain erroneous ideas which are or were extant concerning the treatment of colored cadets, in which it is claimed that color decides their fate. See chapter on Treatment. I hope my success has proved that not color of face, but color of character alone can decide such a question. It is character and nothing else that will merit a harsh treatment from gentlemen, and of course it must be a bad character. If a man is a man, un homme come il faut, he need fear no ill treatment from others of like caliber. Gentlemen avoid persons not gentlemen. Resentment is not a characteristic of gentlemen. A gentlemanly nature must shrink from it. There may be in it a certain amount of what is vulgarly termed pluck, and perhaps courage. But what of that? Everybody, more or less, admires pluck. Everybody worships courage, if it be of a high order. But who allows that pluck or even courage is an excuse for passion or its consequences? The whites may admire pluck in the negro, as in other races, but they will never admit unwarrantable obtrusiveness, or rudeness, or grossness, or any other ungentlemanly trait, and no more in the negro than in others. This is quite just. A negro would not allow it even in another. I did not intend to discuss social equality here, but as it is not entirely foreign to my subject, I may be pardoned a word or so upon it. Social equality, as I comprehend it, must be the natural and perhaps gradual outgrowth of a similarity of instincts and qualities in those between whom it exists. That is to say, there can be no social equality between persons who have nothing in common. A civilized being would not accept a savage as his equal, his socius, his friend. It would be repugnant to nature. A savage is a man, the image of his Maker as much so as any being. He has all the same rights of equality which any other has, but they are political rights only. He who buried his one talent to preserve it was not deemed worthy to associate with him who increased his 5 to 10. So also in our particular case. There are different orders or classes of men in every civilized community. The classes are politically equal, equal in that they are free men and citizens and have all the rights belonging to such station. Among the several classes there can be no social equality, for they have nothing socially in common, although the members of each class in itself may have. Now, in these recent years there has been a great clamor for rights. The clamor has reached West Point, and, if no bad results have come from it materially, West Point has nevertheless received a bad reputation, and I think an undeserved one, as respects her treatment of colored cadets. A right must depend on the capacity and end or aim of the man. This capacity and end may, and ought to be, moral, and not political only. Equal capacities and a like end must give equal rights, and unequal capacities and unlike ends unequal rights, morally, of course, for the political end of all men is the same. And therefore, since a proper society is a moral institution, where a certain uniformity of views, aims, purposes, properties, etc., is the object, there must be also a uniformity or equality of rights, for otherwise there would be no society, no social equality. This, I apprehend, is precisely the state of affairs in our own country. Among those who, claiming social equality, claim it as a right, there exists the greatest possible diversity of creeds, instincts, and of moral and mental conditions, in which they are widely different from those with whom they claim this equality. They can, therefore, have no rights socially in common, or, in other words, the social equality they claim is not a right, and ought not to and cannot exist under present circumstances, and any law that overreaches the moral reason to the contrary must be admitted as unjust, if not impolitic. But it is color, they say, color only, which determines how the negro must be treated. Color is his misfortune, and his treatment must be his misfortune also. Mistaken idea, and one of which we should speedily rid ourselves. It may be color in some cases, but in the great majority of instances it is mental and moral condition. Little or no education, little moral refinement, and all their repulsive consequences will never be accepted as equals of education, intellectual or moral. Color is absolutely nothing in the consideration of the question, unless we mean by it not color of skin, but color of character, and I fancy we can find considerable color there. It has been said that my success at West Point would be a grand victory in the way of equal rights, meaning, I apprehend, social rights, social equality, inasmuch as all have, under existing laws, equal political rights. Doubtless there is much truth in the idea. If, however, we consider the two races generally, we shall see there is no such right, no such social right, for the very basis of such a right, viz., a similarity of tastes, instincts, and of mental and moral conditions, is wanting. The mental similarity especially is wanting, and as that shapes and refines the moral one, that too is wanting. To illustrate by myself, without any pretensions to selfishness. I have this right to social equality, for I and those to whom I claim to be equal are similarly educated. We have much in common, and this fact alone creates my right to social and equal recognition. But the young gentlemen who boast of holding only official intercourse with their comrade should remember that no one of them stands before the country in any different light from him. Amalgamated by the uniform course of studies and the similarity of discipline, the separating fragments at the end of the student life carry similar qualities into the life before them, and step with almost remarkable social equality into the world where they must find their level. Philadelphia North American, July 7th, 1876. If we apply this to the people as a unit, the similarity no longer exists. The right, therefore, also ceases to exist. The step claimed to have been made by my success is one due to education, and not to my position or education at West Point, rather than at some other place; so that it follows if there be education, if the mental and moral condition of the claimants to that right be a proper one, there will necessarily be social equality, and under other circumstances there can be no such equality. "Remember, dear friend," says a correspondent, "that you carry an unusual responsibility. The nation is interested in what you do. If you win your diploma, your enemies lose, and your friends gain one very important point in the great argument for equal rights. When you shall have demonstrated that you have equal powers, then equal rights will come in due time. The work which you have chosen, and from which you cannot now flinch without dishonor, proves far more important than either you or me (faculty at A.U.) at first conceived. Like all great things, its achievement will involve much of trial and hardship." Alas! How true! What a trial it is to be socially ostracized, to live in the very midst of life and yet be lonely, to pass day after day without saying perhaps a single word other than those used in the section room during a recitation. How hard it is to live month after month without even speaking to woman, without feeling or knowing the refining influence of her presence. What a miserable existence! Oh, 'tis hard, this lonely living, to be in the midst of life so solitary, to sit all the long, long day through the gaze and the dimness of gloom, all but amazed at the emptiness of life, and wonder what keeps sorrow and death asunder. 'Tis the forced seclusion most galls the mind, and sours all other joy which it may find. 'Tis the sneer, though half hid, is bitter still, and wakes dormant anger to passion's will. But oh, 'tis harder yet to bear them all unangered and unheedful of the thrall, to list the jeer, the snarl, and epithet, all too base for knaves, and e'en still forget such words were spoken, too manly to let such baseness move a nobler intellect. But not the words, nor even the dreader disdain, move me to anger or resenting pain. 'Tis the thought most disturbs my mind, that I'm ostracized for no fault of mine. 'Tis that ever recurring thought awakes mine anger. Such a life was mine, not indeed for 4 years, but for the earlier part of my stay at the Academy. But to return to our subject, there are 2 questions involved in my case. One of them is, can a negro graduate at West Point, or will one ever graduate there? And the second, if one never graduate there, will it be because of his color or prejudice? My own success answers most conclusively the first question, and changes the nature of the other. Was it, then, color or actual deficiency that caused the dismissal of all former colored cadets? I shall not venture to reply more than to say my opinion is deducible from what I have said elsewhere in my narrative. However, my correspondent agrees with me that color is of no consequence in considering the question of equality socially. My friends, he says, gain an important point in the argument of equal rights. It will be in this wise, viz., that want of education, want of the proof of equality of intellect, is the obstacle, and not color. And the only way to get this proof is to get education, and not by war of races. Equal rights must be a consequence of this proof, and not something existing before it. Equal rights will come in due time, civil rights bill, war of races, or anything of that kind to the contrary notwithstanding. And moreover, I don't want equal rights, but identical rights. The whites and blacks may have equal rights, and yet be entirely independent or estranged from each other. The 2 races cannot live in the same country, under the same laws as they now do, and yet be absolutely independent of each other. There must, there should, and there will be a mutual dependence, and anything that tends to create independence, while it is thus so manifestly impossible, can engender strife alone between them. On the other hand, whatever brings them into closer relationship, whatever increases their knowledge and appreciation of fellowship and its positive importance, must necessarily tend to remove all prejudices and all ill feelings, and bring the 2 races, and indeed the world, nearer that degree of perfection to which all things show us it is approaching. Therefore, I want identical rights, for equal rights may not be sufficient. It is for you, Henry, more than any one I know of, to demonstrate to the world around us, in this part of it at least, the North, the equality of intellect in the races. You win by your uprightness and intelligence, and it cannot be otherwise than that you will gain respect and confidence. Thus a lady correspondent, Miss M.E.H., Durham Center, Connecticut, encourages. Thus she keeps up the desire to graduate, to demonstrate to the world the equality of intellect in the races, that not color, but the want of this proof in this semi-barbarous people is the obstacle to their being recognized as social equals. A tremendous task, not so much to prove such an equality, for that had already been abundantly demonstrated, but rather to show the absurdity and impracticability of prejudice on account of color, or, in other words, that there is no such prejudice. It is prejudice on account of non-refinement and non-education. As to how far and how well I have discharged that duty, my readers and all others who may be in any manner interested in me must judge from my narrative and my career at West Point. Assuring all that my endeavor has been to act as most becomes a gentleman, and with Christian forbearance to disregard all unfriendliness or prejudice, I leave this subject, this general resume of my treatment at the hands of the cadets and my own conduct, with the desire that it be criticized impartially if deemed worthy of criticism at all. Reporter: Have you any more colored cadets? Captain H.: Only one, Henry O. Flipper, of Georgia. He is a well-built lad, a mulatto, and is bright, intelligent, and studious. Reporter: Do the cadets dislike him as much as they did Smith? Captain H.: No, sir. I am told that he is more popular. I have heard of no doubt but that he will get through all right. New York Herald, July, 1874. End of chapter 11. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista.